Board of Education. Today is November 28th, 2023, and we're meeting at the district office located at 9361 South 300 East in San Diego. And I would like to excuse Mont. He is not here in person, but he is online. So just know, I think he's there. He was there.
He's there.
No, you don't need to be, excuse me, I'm just here,
There he is.
not there.
He's here.
Don't talk.
The voice. The voice.
It's not the saying, Mon.
You want to say?
There he is.
There we go.
Okay, the first item on the agenda is the Foundation Board Annual Report by Denise Haycock, Foundation Development Officer.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you again this year. And today's the perfect day for the foundation to be here because how many of you know what today is? Tuesday, yes. So it's a pleasure to let you know what the foundation has been up to and what we've been working on. We're truly grateful for all of the cash and in-kind donations that we get in and are able to give back to our students and teachers. Tonight, I have with me our board president, Fred Lowry, and we're going to share the presentation together tonight. So I'll let Fred start, and then we'll just kind of tag team through the presentation.
Thank you, Denise. And we appreciate being here to be able to report on what we've been doing. I guess my first question is, Mont, you have shorts on right now?
You want to say? Why would I not?
On the foundation board, having wants support, and he is a great addition to the board. As we talk about the Education Foundation, just real quickly, you know, our elevator speech is, our whole mission is to enhance the educational experience of the students of the Canyon School District. And that's through providing support to the students and to the teachers. And it's really a privilege to be able to be a part of this board. The support that the district provides is amazing, and we sincerely appreciate the support that you provided. To kind of give you an idea of the board members, we have 23 board members right now. You see their names. The ex officio members consists of Mont, the four mayors within the school district, and then of course Dr. Ribbon, Susan Edwards, and Denise Haycock, and then Merrill Lee is the glue there of that foundation team. And so I want to give a shout out to Denise, Susan, and Merrill Lee. The way that you provide the support and the guidance is due. And you don't have a better director of an education foundation than she does an amazing job. To give you an idea, we have our executive board here with Landon Bradfield, John Martindale, Brad Snow, and Adrian. And then the rest of the board. We are hopeful. We have 4 other new board members that we'll be adding in January. You know, this is quite a diverse board that great professionals and leaders, and they're committed. We have great attendance with our board meetings and great participation. So one of the main reasons that we're there to help raise money and funds. And Denise does a great job keeping control of all that.
Marilee does a great job of keeping track of my finances. So I want to just say my board is amazing. I love the people who are on our foundation board. They show up, they give back, and they get others to participate as well. So we want to talk about the funds that we get in. Basically, Rick said to me, sent a little text like, got a lot on the agenda, let's keep it quick tonight. And I wasn't sure if he was saying that because I sometimes say that to him when he's presenting to my but I could just say, you know, we raise money and we give it back to kids and to teachers. But we'll go into a little more detail. So cash donations that we get in, $774,840. That comes in a variety of ways. From private donors, we have partnerships in advertising that Susan handles that piece of it for us. Community and business donations, and then we're always looking for grants. where we can kind of help build that up. We have received some grants over this past year from Walmart, from Kennecott, from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. So those cash donations, we can put in, some of them have very specific ways that we have to use the funds, and others leave it more unrestricted where we can use them as needed. The big one is these in-kind donations that we get in, and that's a pretty good number for in-kind donations, over 236,000. So that's coats, hats, that's a lot for coats and hats and food, but we also get in cars for automotive departments or musical instruments. So things that the schools can use, those are also considered in-kind donations. So the foundation is an avenue for people to give, get a tax write-off for their donation, whether it's cash or an in-kind donation. So we help facilitate that for the schools as well. We do have an endowment fund that we're trying to grow. We're kind of a slow and steady when it comes to growing our fund. We give 10% of our annual fundraising back into our endowment fund. So we grow that a little bit up to 20,000 a year. So that's where our endowment fund is. Our stock market has been a little volatile. So we're, it's kind of going up and down, but we did make money last year, even with the way the stock market was. The scholarship endowment fund is for some scholarships at Jordan High School. So our total assets as of June 30th is $1,450,382. The other way that we bring in money is our fundraising events. So the golf tournament is, I think, my favorite fundraising event. And I like to think that we have a stellar golf tournament at this point. We have people who are sad that they don't get to come to our golf tournament. It fills up quickly. It sells out every year. We have increased the revenue year after year after year. So during COVID, actually, we were able to play both courses and we made over $100,000 in our golf tournaments during COVID. So last year it was 89,000. This year it was 96,000. That money goes right back out to the teachers with innovation grants. So that's what our golf tournament is for. We do our gala. Last year we switched it up a little bit. We decided to have our gala at Siempre and Draper. We seem to really like the look and feel of it. It really gave our scholarship winners a lovely event to attend. So we're going to do it at Siempre again this year. We typically make between $60,000 and $70,000 at a gala. At our gala this last year, we did a dessert dash that those of you who were there, you might remember that. That brought in $7,000 just from people being pretty served. So it's just another kind of fun way that we raise money. This year's gala is going to be a masquerade theme. And we're looking at either unmask the champion or behind every mask is a champion, because we're going to focus on unified sports. So part of the money that we raise will go back to help that program, as well as our scholarship winners. Then every year we do donation drives. So our back to school donation drives, this year we did some donation drives with other districts. Channel 13, Channel 4, we all combined together, got our donations, and then we split them amongst the districts. It's always good to collaborate with the other foundations in the area. We had a big donation drive from Lone Peak Hospital. We were part of their 10-year anniversary celebration. They gave us probably over $4,000 worth of items for their donation drive. There's some smaller companies, little Triscados in Midvale. It's a little coffee shop, highly recommend it. They are the funnest group of people. I went to pick up the bin of school supplies. They had 12 bins. So just the people in Midvale gave, and then Triscados gave it to us. They've already contacted me, like, what can we do for Christmas? So I love these little companies that are helping. The Larry H. Miller Automotive Group. Costco gives us between 300 and 500 backpacks every year. Lots of other local businesses run little donation drives for us. And we appreciate that so much. There's also Day of Service donation drives. Many of the churches around the different wards, we had the Evangelical Free Church, Mountain View Christian Church. They did donation drives for us for back to school as well, and or for Day of Service. And that brought in boxes and boxes and boxes of coats and school supplies and food. So our Gathering for Good is an employee-based donation drive where we have the employees have an opportunity to give back to the students in Canyons District. And we also do it when we have our Gathering for Good meal. It's be December 7th. So for the future, I already told you the gala for next year, it will be on March 28th. So it's a little earlier. So please get that on your calendar because we want to have you there. Oh, I forgot to talk about the fun run. This year we did a fun run. It was called Run for the Love of Education. It was not our biggest moneymaker. It was only brought in 3,000. Participation was down. We didn't have a pig. We didn't have tutus. We didn't have a fun marketing thing. We were just Run for the Love of Education. Apparently people want something more. So we're going to do an in-person fun run this year. It'll be our first time attempting that. It will be May 4th. We're gonna start the run at Jordan High School. We're working out the particulars, but we think that will also be another fun activity. Then we've got either an author or a literacy event or a tech event. So we talked about this in our last board meeting. Some of us went up to another foundation's author night, the big event. They bring in a famous author. And so our board kind of was like, we'd like to do something like that, but we don't want to do something exactly like that. So we're looking at making a change and offering a new type of event that really gets the school district involved, the students involved, the teachers, whether it's to bring up reading scores or for tech. So we're going to work together and collaborate with the district on what that new event will look like. That's something we're looking at for next year. On how we give all that money that we raise back to the
So I think one of the things that's surprising to me as I've been on the board is you talk to people in the community, they have no idea the needs of the district. They just look at us as this premier district, but when they hear about some of the needs and the homelessness, and it's amazing. And I think that's one of our biggest missions is getting that word out. And talk about the endowment fund. I just need to mention one of our goals is to get that endowment fund to a size that it will help support scholarships and things in a way that it will just help self-fund itself. That's an ambitious goal. We're going to get there. So some of the things and how we give the resource closet, and I think Denise left one of these cards for you that you can see a lot of items that can fit in the resource closet. If you have an opportunity, you should go and see the resource closet that's here on the property. It's amazing, all of the products that are there. But those are the things. Let's talk about what we give to the students. We have the resource closet. We have the holiday support. There's roughly about $25,000 in gift cards that we'll be giving out to the students for Christmas, and hopefully there'll be more added to that as the high schools help. We have going home back to school night, the Utah College Application Month. That's where we will help fund the students to pay for their applications for scholarships. And then the scholarships that we give out. Last year it was $16,000 in the Bright Star and Rising Star scholarships. We've actually increased those scholarship amounts to try to help make them more meaningful. Then Denise has done a great job in facilitating private college scholarships. We have the support to the STEM summer camp scholarships, and then 529 college baby. Now, in helping our educators, what we have done, I think one of our greatest and funnest things is the fun bus that many of you participated with us on. This last year, we gave out $95,000 in innovation grants. The thing that I think is awesome, it's over 1.1 million now in grants that we've given to the teachers. The donors choose. It's over 32,000 that we've given. But what is neat about this is another awesome thing that Denise does is she watches the opportunities when we can match. And so really that 32,000 impacted over 87,000 in helping the teachers. 200 classroom projects. And then of course, one of my favorites is this Teacher of the Year Awards, where we give out the $15,000 in cash prizes. That one is inspiring to me, someone that's the outside, that you really see all these teachers and the way they're invested. You can't help but feel their energy. And then, of course, the new teacher event that we do at the beginning of the year and help getting these new teachers excited about being part of Canyons. And then last, this new scholarship that we're starting to promote, the ACE scholarship, and helping promote high school seniors or other employees that are within the Canyon School District that want to become educators. The scholarships available to help them in getting their education to become teachers. And so those are some of the ways that we're giving. I'm excited about where we're at. I feel like we've got a new energy and that we're going to watch another one.
Forward with that. And I do want to point out with Children's Choose, that 32,000 was just for last fiscal year. We've given out over $300,000 in donor fees projects. So for the lifetime of that. So we do fund a lot of teachers for a lot of their projects, and they are appreciative. I did bring some of these in. So I get the fun notes. I get the cards from the kids and from the teachers saying, thank you so much for funding our project. I just got this email. This teacher just caught her boxes in for the innovation grant, and she's jumping up and down because she just got her innovation grant boxes. So yeah, you can show those if you want. There, I just wanted to kind of let you know the teachers are appreciative of what we're doing.
And Denise, can we add to like that resource closet? If you're just wondering the impact, well, it's been over 350 students since the beginning of the school year received items from that. So
it is an amazing, and that is in collaboration with our state and federal programs, our community school facilitators. And so Michelle Vogler and I got together. I said, I have this and she has that. And we're like, why don't we just have a place where if there's a need, we go and get it. It doesn't have to be for Title I schools or schools that we say are on the bubble. When we get donations in, we want to be able to share them out unless there's some restriction on it. And we're getting it down. It's getting organized, and we're very proud of that. Some new things that happened last year was that we did get a nice grant from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. We got $10,000 for DI vouchers and $10,000 for the Bishop's Storehouse. So that allows us to give families in need some fresh food and some groceries, get them through a crisis time for like a couple weeks. That is huge, and our families are very appreciative of that. They also gave us $16,000 for mental health. So they're helping fund our mental health screening nights. We have a current grant out with them to fund wellness rooms in our secondary schools. And it's past the first phase and it's almost past the second phase. So if that happens, they will fund a wellness room for each one of our secondary schools. So that's pretty amazing. I've been working on these very closely with BJ and with Brian. The Ron McBride Foundation is a new one that we have this year. Sharice kind of connected us in with Ron McBride. We're like, we see you giving to all these other school districts. You know, what about Canyons? They're big on after school programs. So they did award Union a $5,000 after school program grant, but were in the door and they said, apply for more next year. We know you need more. So that's good. The ACE scholarship, it's an employee-funded scholarship, so the employees were asked to give part of their paycheck back, $1, $2, whatever you could manage out of your paycheck to help a fellow employee become an educator. So we like that, where it's an employee helping employees or a high school student who wants to become an educator. This year, first year out, we've got about $15,000 to work with. I'm going to get that matched by a donor. I haven't picked that donor yet, but I'll find him. So we should be able to give out some good college scholarships. And we're also looking at possibly funding teachers that want to get their master's degrees and move up in their education career. Unified Sports is something new that we're covering. So we're working with Linda on this, and that is such a fun program. All the other foundations around the Salt Lake Valley are supporting Unified Sports. So we wanted to get involved and help with that as well. They need uniforms, they need the tournaments, you know, the lunches, and it is such a feel-good program to be part of. So thank you, Linda, for getting me involved in that. We're very happy to support that. The mental health screening nights, again, that's what we're working on with BJ and Brian and the church. And then the foundation has taken over facilitating the DI and the Bishop Storehouse vouchers for the entire district. So for the Medicaid outreach worker, for the facilitators, it all runs through the foundation now, which makes it easier for our donor. And then people call all the time, how can I pay off the lunch debt for Canyons? I'm like, do you really want to do that? Do you know how much it is? So once I tell them the amount, then they say, no, I'd like to give you $1,000. So very easy. Janelle just got our new donate page up today. It's gone live, where they can now just go click on it and select and say, I want to donate to help pay for lunches at X school, and they can donate and help cover some of those fees. So our new donate page has where they can just pick, I want to give to mental health, I want to give to scholarships, I want to give here, and we can direct the funds where they want them. So we've retained 22 of our board members. We got new ones from Cypress Credit Union. On tap, we have Science and Lone Peak Hospital, and a couple other ones that will be coming on board in January. I will send that list to you. We're also going to be making some changes to our executive board, so I'll send that to you in January for your approval. We continue to collaborate with the community facilitators, the communications department for helping us do podcasts and get out articles and information about what the foundation is doing to the community. Foundation works very closely with a lot of departments in Canyon School District, nutrition, transportation. We're just here to help any way we can. We continue to engage with businesses and increase the community. I have to give a special shout out to the External Relations Department, because with a team of Denise, I'm the only full-time employee of the foundation. The External Relations Department make it so I can do all that I do with financials, graphic design, video, podcast, event support, and webpage management. I'm truly appreciative of. So that's us. Did I go fast enough for this? And we're proud to be able to serve the district in this way. And thank you. This is the best job ever. So, do you have any questions?
I think we have one question.
I will try and make it quick. Thank you, by the way, for everything you've done. Denise, during the 5 years I've been here, I've seen the foundation expand and grow so much under your leadership, and I've been so impressed and thrilled to see. Teachers, it's amazing. I just have a quick question. I was approached by a teacher with this idea that I had never considered before. She shared a podcast with me that came out of New York of an idea where a foundation there had funded what they refer to as innovation grants for teachers. So rather than receiving classroom items or like, it actually funded a teacher to be able to have additional time to focus on some sort of innovation in their teaching or curriculum. And that these teachers, part of the time was that they would come together and they would collaborate and share their ideas and work off of each other and go back to their home schools and share what they were learning with the other teachers. What they saw was all of the, across the board, any school that had one of these teachers in their schools, every classroom actually benefited and test scores increased. And they saw a lot of amazing things come out of that. She said, do you think something like this is ever possible? And Rick and I had a conversation about it. He said, I don't know, maybe through the foundation, maybe that's something that I don't know if anything like that has ever been floated or considered, but that's something as a board member, I think would be really amazing and exciting to see, because I absolutely love the Fun Bus and I love seeing those grants go out and seeing those teachers be so excited. But I think there is something to be said that when a teacher's time is paid for them to dig deeper on quality teaching practices and maybe doing something that's innovative and out of the box, it could really excite and elevate their classroom and those around them.
Is that a conference that they're attending where they all come together? I mean, how's that being organized so that
they have like, I don't know, as a group they come, I mean, Karen and I have talked about that.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah. So, I mean,
don't know the details.
Yeah, I can send you the podcast and share with
Send
you.
that to me right now. It would take a rewrite of our bylaws, because we have in our bylaws, we do not cover any anything like that. So it would take a foundation board vote to make a change to the bylaws. I did have another thing came out of the superintendent's listening tours. Like I fund full-time teachers from Donors Choose, but there's brain boosters and there's technicians and they have ideas as well. But can I start going down that road?
Interesting.
You know, so principals are weighing in and we're happy to look at changing the way we do things and including more things. We do bring it before the board, we do a board vote and then we can move forward from there. So I'm happy you share any ideas with me and we'd be happy to look at that.
You know, another thing that we're trying to figure out, too, when we provide these innovation grants to the teachers, but one of the biggest needs right now is also the council.
Yes, that's true.
So we're trying to figure out what type of innovation grant we can for the counselors that can help provide them that support. And it's a little different, the tools that they need, other the wellness rooms help
Right.
provide it. There's gotta be a way. I can just, from an outside observer, that those counselors really are waiting. So.
Hey, thank you, Denise. We
Thank
really
you.
appreciate your work and I want to second, like, what I've seen since I've been on the board for 9 years is amazing.
Mont has his hand up.
Anyway, cause I remember when it was like $100,000 and I mean, just to see how much money, I mean, it is really amazing. We appreciate your work. And I see the Mr. Millerberg would like to say something.
I guess I should unmute before I say anything, right?
That would help.
I just want to add to what Denise said, that to me, it is just absolutely the best assignment a board member could have to work with the people on the foundation. And one thing that I don't think is brought up enough is how the foundation works so hard to build and maintain relationships with our business community inside of our district, because we have many business leaders, we have many civic leaders that are on the board for the foundation, and that filters out through the rest of our community and does an awful lot to keep us connected inside of the community. The other thing about the fund bus and the innovation grants, this year was especially touching to me, that as I've been out in the schools, people would come up to me and say, I need to do this, and I'd like to do this and this and this in my classroom. And in 2 cases, I just turned to them and said, have you ever thought about applying for an innovation grant? And they looked at me kind of like they were surprised, and they hadn't really thought of that as an option. And in both cases, they received an innovation grant, which I thought, wow, this stuff really does work. And it was really great to see those people that I talked to apply, follow through, and make it happen. So yeah, it's absolutely the best assignment any board member can have. And Amber, don't think about taking it away, okay?
Okay, I'm just kidding. Thank you, Mont. We appreciate you being on that. So, okay, thank you so much, both of you. Okay, now we're gonna go on to item B, which is 2022-2023 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, and that will be presented by Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator.
A little slow today, sorry.
Thank you, Julie. Chill. Just to give you a quick recap, every year we are required under law to prepare some year-end financial statements. So to tell our story from the fiscal year, have to have that audited by an external firm, which we did. The audit committee, which we have, so Mont or Andrew, Amber have anything to say, they can. Then we just present this to you, and then we ask that you approve what we call the ACFR, the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. I'll just call it the ACFR. And we have a few related audit reports that they also have to complete under state law that are out there on the board docs. So we just ask you to approve those on the consent agenda during the business meeting. I'm sure everyone read all 130 pages,
Yes, and understood every bit of it.
every page, and so. If not, we can just start with page one. I know Rick says we need to be in a hurry, but no. So what I've done here is just pulled out quite maybe 4 or 5 pages that I think are the most crucial of the act to give you an idea of where we're at, where our balances were at as of June 30th this past year. So just, and then coming right, this is just we can start right here on page 26. But this is our balance sheet. So it gives us all our assets, what we have, our liabilities, what we owe, and then what's left is our balance, our fund balance. So our total fund balance at the end of the year, I'm just gonna use round numbers if I can, is just under $71 million. Which is pretty good, but it's broken up into a few things that we can use it for and can't use it for. Just want to review those really quickly. We, under state law, we can set aside 5% of our fund, of our balance or next year's expenses as a somewhat of a rainy day fund, if you will. That's about $18 million right there. Sorry about the writing. We also have what we call GASB money that we owe to about 350 employees. We're still working, and a bunch more who have already retired who are receiving these payments. And then we also have to account for any vacation that's been earned but hasn't been paid out. So that's about $10 million. We also had about a bunch of several open POs at the end of the year that stuff just hadn't got in here. That's about $1.8 million. And then, you know, money that the schools haven't spent out of their annual allocations, their budgets, the textbook supplies, we let them carry that over. We don't let district departments carry it over, but we let the schools carry it over. That's about a little over $4 million. And then because of construction costs, we had to set aside a total of $8 million to finish our projects. And we used 5.5 of that last year. And so we still have 2.5 set aside if we need it to complete projects this year. We didn't want to do that, but to get everything done because the costs escalating as fast as they did, we had to do that. So you take all those out, and that leaves us with a little over $31 million. That's what I would call our available money to play with or to work with. You know, that seems like a lot of money, but that's not even 1 month's worth of expenses for us. So I like to say we're about 1 month ahead of the game. That's how we are. So that's where we're at there. But you can see again, 71, it did go down. We'll go over here to this next slide here. Also, this is our capital balance. As I said, we also, to complete everything, we had to drop that down as well. You know, and so we're down to just about $2 million there. We always talk about, so this goes over to page 30 on the book, but we always talk about our budget. And then that's what you as the board approved. But we also want to compare it to see how did we actually compare to that budget, what actually happened. So you have your original budget that we did that would have been in June of 2022 that you approved. You approved the final one in June of 2023, not a whole lot of change there. Then what actually happened, and then the difference here is the variance. Just a couple things to point out here. Start with number 1 here. We were, you know, in our instruction, we want as much of the money going right to the classroom as we can. So we have 60% of our budget going right into the classroom, kids and teachers. See the other categories that we've gone over there as well. And you can see how much we were under budget. We were just under $2 million under budget. That's about 0.5%. That's kind of typically where we're at for budgets, which is good. But the issue is for us is, you know, we actually spent more than we brought in. That's a problem. You know, we know that you do that in your house, it's a problem. When you do that in a business, it's a problem with a government entity. And so that's the issue that we have. We actually spent about 2.8 million more than we brought in. You know, we alleviated some of that because we had, and then we have some transfers here that went out, but some of our transfers, again, we had to transfer out $5.5 million to capital, complete little projects. We could bring in which we did, 2.2 million from our debt for technology purposes. There's a law that was passed 4 or 5 years ago that helps us with that, so that helps us offset that. Then a little bit out to the foundation, well, their admin costs. So there's where our net decrease was. That's our net decrease. And so our fund balance was you throw in all these transfers, it was 77 million, went down to 71 million. So that's a problem that we'll have to look at rectifying. Big part of that was that transfer out for the capital. That's what we'll have to, as we go forward and we start looking at 25 budget, we'll have to do that. The big reason is these here, I think we showed you, may have showed you this. This is what we presented when Amber and Amanda went up, we presented to the Republican caucus. We showed them this slide here, just the inflation costs. We can see how much we spent, I'll say last year in 22, and in natural gas, electricity, sewer, water, maintenance parts, and how much inflation hurt us this past year. So we spent 700,000 more in just to heat our buildings. It's big. You probably saw that in home bills, right? Diesel, 200,000 more. You can see the amounts there. Just getting parts to fix our elevators and our boilers and everything else was 600,000 more. So all that difference there. And also this year, last year, keep in mind, we reduced the registration fee at the schools. So we'd always use this excess part of that registration fee to help balance out the fee waivers. Since we didn't have that, we had to cut checks out right here to the schools to balance out the fee waivers, which is part of the state law, and that was another 400,000. So all those add up to us, right? So that's something that we'll have to look at as we go forward. Just one bit of good news, we have all our operating expenses in one pot, but we also have our insurance costs in another one, and we actually had a good year on insurance. We this past year we spent about $1 million less in claims and insurance costs and prescriptions and costs, so that was good. So we increased our balance from about 15.5 up to 16.5, which is nice. Again, we like to keep about 4 to 5 months of insurance costs available. Balance there for claims in case we have something big hit. We are actually having a pretty good year thus far in insurance. We always knock on wood because that could change dramatically if we have a few accidents or big claims like that. So that's something we always do watch. Last slide. This just gives our taxable values that we have as a district. And again, everybody probably saw this in their own homes. Again, taxes on a calendar year basis, right? So in 2021, everybody's home value was 19.3 billion. That jumped up to 25.2 billion, 30% increase in just 1 year. Everybody saw that in their own homes, right? So big jump there. We didn't have that many more homes built, but that's a big there. You can see, I didn't circle it, but you can see, commercial went up about $1 billion, which is good. And so in our total, about 7 billion total, which is good. That helps stabilize things, but this is more informational than anything, but it's interesting that it jumped that much. You can see where it started in just coming out of the recession in 2013. Now it's 2.5 times home values there. Anyway, if you haven't read the Aquifer, something to do over Christmas. That is there any questions, or I'll let Mont, Andrew, Amber, if you have any comments.
Do you have any comments, questions? I don't think we do. Thank you. Thank you.
I have none.
Thank you, Leon. Appreciate that.
Come on.
He said he didn't.
He had none.
Oh, I thought you said he had one.
Okay, our next item is our employee daycare discussion, and that will be presented by Steve Diamond, Director of Human Resources.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to work on this project. It's been a concern of mine for over 2 decades. And I really appreciate some of our folks coming. So we have Emily and Brooke and Janet from CTE who've also helped with this project, as well as Tom, because there is an impact that would occur on some of the ideas to our CTE, ECE teachers, as well as to the buildings, to our high schools. So currently, Jordan High School has the only operating early childhood child care training center in the district. And it only serves employees in the district and their children. There are 6 infants and 25 toddlers, and it all depends upon the square footage of how many children you can have in one of these centers. Currently, we have 8 employees who are working at Jordan High School Center. The operational cost last year was $130,000 to operate, $115,000 for benefits, $6,000 for food, supplies, utilities, and maintenance. All of this has to be able to, whatever's charged parents has to fund the program. So currently, the operating rate, so for option 1, which is 5 days a week, all day, they're paying $650 for infants, $550 for toddlers. Those are the children who are potty trained. There are a number of factors regarding whether or not there's the feasibility of early childhood care training centers would be feasible in the district. Employee interest, we'll cover that. Physical space, operational costs, staffing ratios, personnel, and daycare licensing. I have learned more in the last 3 months about childcare than I have learned in the last 6 decades of my life. It's been fascinating. So we sent out a survey to 3,041 employees here about a month and a half ago, asking if employees would be interested in having the district pursue additional daycare centers. 364 of our employees responded, which is really a high number. The first question was, which high school area would be most convenient or accessible for you? The number 1 responses was Corner Canyon with 101 responses, Hillcrest with 87. So when you add the first and the second choices together, then Jordan area actually came out the highest with 160. Everybody else, it was pretty close together. The next question was, select the number of children you'd be interested in having attend a daycare center in the future. Ages 6 weeks to 2 years, 1 child, 187 responses. 2 or more children in that same age group, 40. Ages 3 to 5, 157, and 46 for 2+. There are others who don't have children in those areas, but are either planning on having families, or for individuals who have had children, who this would have been a great benefit for them. And so they responded as well. One of the next questions was, if you are currently paying childcare for an infant, what is your monthly cost? Optional, didn't have to put it in there. It went from $400 a month, and that is basically, it's an in-home daycare provided by a family member, grandma, to residential or center-based. The highest was $2,200 a month for 1 child, which blew my mind away. That was way higher than when I had children in daycare a long time ago. So the median was $800, but the average was $888 per child. Or the next question was, how much are you paying for 3 to 5? The low was $300, once again, probably family. High was $1,600, with the average of median of $700 and the average is $745. There is a need for childcare. And as you've listened to the news with ESSER monies going away, childcare centers closing, and if you talk to anyone who has going to have a child and they go out trying to find daycare, it is extremely difficult to find. So physical space, we need approximately 2,000 square feet, which covers preferably an exterior entrance, check-in, check-out, infant area, toddler, preschool, changing diapering station, toddler and preschool bathrooms, kitchen area, as well as outside playground area. 40 square feet per child is what we're required to have for the outside, 35 at the inside. We looked at lots of different places and looked at a lot of different outside the box areas. We looked here at Canyons District Office. We looked at CTA as they move out. We looked at the parking structure underneath the front of the building. Could we turn that in? All of the high schools, we looked at all of their areas. What places do they have? Eastmont Middle School, Endon Hills Middle School, Park Lane Elementary, Sprucewood. Every place where we went, there's positives and there's negatives. And there's the one thing that we have to remember is there is an impact, those positive and negatives on each of those locations and what's out there. So we're projecting that for additional centers, it'd be approximately about $150,000 a year to operate, depending upon the size, how many children that we have. Salaries and benefits, about 135, food, supplies, utilities, maintenance. I was working with Sebastian, whether or not we could use, be able to have funding to help pay for the meals. That is a possibility. We have to enroll the children in preschool at the school and do some paperwork, but that would also help fund. So rather than being $5 a meal, it would be $2 a meal. And oftentimes they're splitting the meals in half for the little people. There's, you know, high school lunch is a whole lot larger than what a toddler needs. Staffing ratios, it is for infants, you have to have one adult for 4 children. There is a huge disparity. The younger the child, the more supervision you need. Older the child, less. We also would need daycare manager, or in the early childhood licensing division, they call them a director designee. Caregivers have to be at least 16 years of age with specific training. Student interns have to be at least 16 years of age, as well as volunteers. And all of those, the training with the students would be done through our ECE program, as the teachers train the students who would be able to help facilitate. That does not, we're not saying, we still need all of the adults who are paid. This isn't cheap labor. This is to provide our students an opportunity to improve their skills and be part of the CTE program. Yeah.
Just to clarify, ECE is early childhood education, in case you're not familiar with that acronym.
Sorry, education has a few of those. Job responsibilities. The director, the child care manager, oversees the day-to-day operations of early childhood training centers. The ECE teacher provides training to their high school students, allowing them to work and volunteer in the center, either during, before, or after school. Could be paid, could be just part of their hours. It all just depends of how each center operates. The CTE teacher supervises their students to provide appropriate instruction to the preschool age students. Currently, our high schools have a preschool in each of those that runs for, generally it's Monday, Wednesday, or Tuesday, Thursday, for like a period, and usually the students that come are children from the community. The rest of the time, oftentimes the child care center is sitting vacant. Not always, but predominantly. So that's where the difference comes, is right now the CTE teacher is in the classroom with the little children as well as their students who are providing. This model is a little bit different. It does not prohibit the teacher from going in and also working with the preschool age children, but we have a daycare manager who is actually providing the supervision to the children. So it's a move of cheese. So and that is difficult. As we met with our ECE teachers, they have concerns about having that not be the same as what it's been. And so that's something for us to consider, the impact that it would have on some of our programs at the high school. 2639-101, Utah Child Care Licensing Act. It's a fabulous act if you ever want to read it. But it does outline all the things that we have to do to be in compliance. So this is just side options, timelines, possibilities for consideration. For next year, if we were to use the preschool classrooms that are currently existing for our CTE, ECE preschools that operate for approximately 1 period a day, turned them into a care center where the students we'd have a daycare manager, our teachers would then provide the students to go in and help teach. We could have a daycare center for ages 2 to 5. We don't have enough space for infants. That's part of our problem, is to try to find space to cordon off for infants is extremely difficult. So Corner Canyon has a smaller preschool room than some of our other high schools, but that's an option if we were to change the focus of how we use that space. Hillcrest High School, we could do the same thing, but do it for children's ages 2 through 5, but needing to be potty trained. Jordan High School, if we, right now, they don't use the preschool room that's right next to the child care center. If we expand into that area, we could then increase the number of students because our square footage has increased. That would be an option of where we could, without having to spend money on remodeling, because that's where things get exceptionally pricey. When we're talking about downstairs, the garage, we're probably about $1.5 million to turn that space into a daycare center. You have many other financial needs that you're considering. For the 25-26 year, looking to make certain that is this model functioning, is this working before we roll it out any further? And it may even be, would it be better just to do Jordan High School and one other high school and not 2? That's just something for discussion. So doing the same thing, a child care center for ages 2 to 5 that are potty trained at Alta High School and also Brighton High School. The other piece that then has a financial impact is, could we also expand at Jordan High School, remodeling a different section across from where our current daycare center is so we can keep the same playground area? The playground's about $50,000 to install. So if we can share that space, it saves us some money. But it would be in the wing that is just to the west. Could we take 3 of those classrooms and turn it into, we could mirror what's on the other side? And that would add, so right now we have 31 students. If we expand into the other area, we'll probably be about closer to 40. If we did that, then we'd have 2 infant sections for that area. So it's an idea to consider, but once again, that will take some significant remodeling time frame to be able to do that. Another idea is when the new CTEC or the Innovation Center we build, could we include a child daycare center in that at the same time as your building? And the question would be is, do students come in from the high schools to help with that? Which then makes us an exempt child care center, or is it a standalone that we would then have to meet every single regulation that's out there from licensing? But once again, that's a huge cost. So if we were looking at the Jordan High School expansion into the other wing in the spring of 2024, we probably need to start working with architects, start looking at going out for RFP. It's at least 1.5 to 2 years out to be able to do a major reconstruction project. And I know there's lots going on and being considered for Jordan. And so that would be a possibility, but we wouldn't be able to go that direction for next year. It would have to be at least a year out or further. Same thing with CTEC. So it'd also be hiring staff, the inspections from the child care licensing division, state risk management, the health department, all have to come in and sign off as well. Also holding open houses. My guess is some of you have had children in child care centers. that you're not just going to sign your child up to send them anywhere. You're going to go visit. You want to know who's working there. You want to make certain you feel comfortable with where you're going to leave your child for 8 hours a day, 8 or 9. So we need to have an open house registration and then hopefully being operational for that piece at the expanded Jordan in 25, 26 or 26, 27. It's a whole lot of information.
Okay, thank you. So board, do you have any questions or comments? Yeah, Mrs. Leba.
Okay, so a couple of questions I have. When you're talking about the different schools and the capacity, I would love more information, like how many students could be serviced there? How many? That wasn't included in this report. And I know, like, I've been to the Corner Canyon preschool space, and I know they don't have very many preschool kids there, and it's kind of hard because, yeah. And it's just for one class period, so the rest of the time, the kids there are preparing and decorating the walls and stuff like that. So I'm most interested when you're saying about providing child daycare with students there, because our aim is to educate. I love the idea that our students have this pathway, and I wouldn't like to see it go a different direction than us being able to continue to have our students learn as childcare specialists and teachers. So a couple of things I have that maybe you could bring back is how many students are these areas currently servicing? Because I think that's something we need to look at. Some places don't have very many enrolled. And then how many, I think that will help us also determine where it would be best to do it.
When you say that, you're referring to preschool age students, not the high school students.
Yeah, preschool age students, yes. So how many are they currently serving? And then in this report, I didn't see how many could they serve. We talked about the level of interest with Corner Canyon, Hillcrest, and Jordan, and Alta and Brighton. You talked about possibly, and when you said it could be at 2 high schools, and you said, or maybe 5, you said Alta and Brighton, but then you were saying and Jordan.
Okay.
So explain that to me. What was that option you were describing? Was it that it would stay at the 3 or?
So the first option is continue Jordan High School, expanding into the road. Looking at Corner and Hillcrest, which were the other 2 that had the highest
Yes.
interest rates.
Yeah.
Interest.
Level of engagement.
What can I say? And make certain that it's feasible to expand that direction. The following year after that would then to look to see, could we expand at Brighton High School and then also at Alta.
Okay, so you're looking to expand the programs at all of the high schools, not necessarily physically expand, remodel.
Right, because of cost, it's significant cost, and so we're trying to keep it
Okay,
as low as what we can.
okay,
And then it's easy, we can go in and calculate its square footage. It's square footage divided by 35 square feet per student is and then we just have to take out anything for kitchen, storage, or for bathrooms. And so.
and would the end goal be that we would also advertise this to the community? Or would it just be for employees only?
I think looking at the Davis School District model, so this is run in Murray, Davis, and also Jordan District successfully.
Yes.
Davis District has a 6-tier, starts off with employees, and then it drops down for all the way down to if employees aren't using, then it can go to members of the community. But there's a sequence so that the benefit goes to our
Yes.
employees first, and then to members of the community. They even had listed grandparents. So it'd be if you're a grandparent and you work in their district, that you have an opportunity to have a grandchild be part of that as well.
The community's lottery too, right?
I believe so. I don't recall that being in their process.
Does the tuition cost more for the community than the employees? Like that would be an additional benefit, or no, they're just so wildly popular that just the fact that they for sure get a secured spot is the most.
There's a huge piece of knowing that not only are you in the same building
Yeah.
or you're close.
Yeah.
And that an employee has priority where you go to a community daycare,
Sure.
it's an all-out bloodbath to see
Sure.
who can get in. Cost-wise, Davis is in the 700s. Jordan District is in the 800s. We're currently for an infant in the about 625. I do believe that we need to make some adjustments that direction, but being able to, well, where's Brian? Brian's not here tonight. Brian talked about when he was over at another school where his child was in the daycare and he was able to go down on his lunch break, feed his child, pick the child up after school, that there's a benefit of being close.
Yeah.
And knowing that your child is well taken care of. So, but we just have to go through the pecking order. We have, I pulled up the manuals for all three districts that I mentioned. And I think what we do is we take and try and mimic the best points out of each of those that outlines those processes.
Okay, and then you mentioned the ECEs had concerns. Is there any consideration to have the ECEs be the daycare manager?
I will tell you, they will tell you no, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
It is, if they do that, the cost will significantly go up, as well as then they're the ones who are responsible for all of the licensing,
Okay,
all of the children, dealing with those issues. Alpine District used to run that model,
Yes.
and their ECE teacher said, And so now they're currently doing what we're doing with just a preschool for a period.
okay,
And so, but our ECE teachers would be the ones training our students to help teach the curriculum, the instruction for our preschool age students.
so then what were their concerns?
Would you ladies like to address that? Because
Some of their initial concerns were added responsibilities, but we were able to help them understand that there would be a clear division
Okay.
between the director and the ECE teachers. Other concerns were just space of what we currently have. They were concerned that we wouldn't be able to bring in as many kids as we were hoping to, just because of the size of our current spaces.
I would also say many of them have worked really hard to build the existing programs. They've put a lot of years and time into that, and so that's really hard. That's kind of their baby, right? And
Yes.
to change it and say, oh, that's not yours anymore, really will be an adjustment for some of them, for sure.
well, and a couple of them mentioned their love of the students, the preschool age students.
Yes.
And being able to interact and work and doing some of the things where, you do the Halloween parade at the high school with the little guys.
Yeah.
But it doesn't prohibit them from still participating in the classroom with the littles. There's just a different focus of who's responsible for our toddlers and our preschools.
Currently, they do it all. They essentially do 1.5 to 2 jobs by running the preschools with that and all the administration that's involved in the preschool, setting up the preschools. And one of their biggest concerns is just the changes that are gonna happen to do that. The ability to work cohesively with whoever becomes the director to make it an effective teaching model for their students in the preschool and to have it become a successful experience for theirs. Because right now they know that their students are getting that experience because they're directing it. But when the students are going into the preschool that's under the guidance of someone else, it was a concern of theirs that are they actually getting that early childhood education experience that they want to have.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Brooke, you were in Davis School District, correct?
Yes.
Did you run a program? You ran the program.
So I was the teacher, yeah, and we had a full-time director of our childcare center, yeah. And I loved it. I was a great program and I was really passionate about it. But I do understand that our teachers have concerns. It's hard to change, for sure. There's a lot to consider.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. T.
Yeah, so for some reason, I'm having trouble picturing how it interfaces with our current preschool students that I know just tend to come from the neighborhood for the couple of hours, a couple of days a week. And then if we were providing daycare services, which likely might be every day, all day, do they share space? Is it completely different space?
So the difference would be is our current preschool space that community members' children come in would no longer be used for community children. It would be used for our employees' children with daycare and preschool. So they'd be receiving preschool services, but it would be that.
The community that's kind of traditionally been able to send their kids to preschool would have to find somewhere else.
That's one of the.
Or
impacts.
we have to provide it some other way. Is that
Right,
what you're
and by
saying?
doing that, we would have to have additional space, a classroom to turn it into either the preschool daycare or a preschool room.
And it would compete as far as numbers go, right? We wouldn't have enough students to
Yeah,
be in both
right.
places at once.
Well, and the question would be is, you have employee children, are they currently being served? I don't know. Our understanding is it's predominantly community who are coming in for a couple times each week. Twice a week.
Can I do a follow-up question? So I know some of those preschool specific programs that community members are also housed in like elementary schools, and they're the joint with special ed programs. So have you looked at all, like if we displace preschool programs at our high schools to provide daycare, have you looked for alternative spaces for the preschool programs that maybe aren't even joint with special ed, but
So special ed, I
elementary buildings or middle school?
I was working with Terry on that, like at Sprucewood, currently they have two special ed preschool that have or special ed students and non-special ed students in those. She's hoping to expand that at Sprucewood. There's a third classroom that's right there in the same area to expand to that. We've gone out looking at like Justin Jeffrey School, Park Lane. Have a great facility. Problem is, we'd have to move his kindergarten classes some other place to be able to use that space. So it goes back to every place where we went, there was an issue. There was an impact. So, but I know that Terry would like to expand preschool, provided their space. She's also working on a different grant for birth to 3 that I know that she's trying to work on at the moment. That just barely came available for the first time in 15 years, 16 years. So.
It's a puzzle.
This is a,
So I understand it'll be self-sustaining based off of tuition that the employees pay. Does that also account for making sure, I mean, I know how much goes into a preschool legally and otherwise. Like I would imagine our insurance costs are going to go up like significantly.
Actually, no.
No, really?
Working with state risk management, provided that it is part of a educational program, connects with CTE, then our rider covers us. If it is not connected to a program and it's a standalone daycare center, then we have to have an exterior rider. Basically, we contract services, have them run it, and then they have to provide additional insurance, which increases the cost to our employees.
So then, and I would assume that it includes the overhead of like this is going to expand part of what we have as far as administration goes. I mean, like if we're running that many daycare centers, there's a lot that goes into that. So I'm guessing that that is the cost that it's also self-sustaining, not along with it.
The daycare manager is the one who runs truly the day-to-day operations. However, the high school principals are the ones who oversee all of the employees. Working with Bruce the other night, he called me and said, I have this issue in the daycare. What do I do? And it's like, okay, this is something I have never heard of before. So let's involve Terry. And Terry was able to help support us through what the issue was.
So have we had the opportunity to talk with our high school principals about how that expands or you know, what kind of a burden that creates for them personally?
It's, so all of the high school principals were sent this presentation. I've met with Bruce Eschler for probably a couple of hours. We've gone out and visited schools. I know that you talked to the principals as well.
We're actually gonna talk about it on Thursday. And I was at Jordan High for 13 years with the daycare. And so I'm, I have that background. And the daycare manager, the previous one and the current one, I hired before I left. And the burden on me as a principal was next to nothing.
The comment from our high school principals, I spoke with Ken over Thanksgiving recess and Marielle as well. This is needed. We know that it's needed. We know that it's coming. It's just trying to figure out the how.
The two biggest things we run into are nursing mothers. That's a huge deal. They need to be in the building where they nurse their babies. And then really hard to find daycare centers that open early enough for the teachers to get to work on time. And if we had them self-housed, they really.
Know that you can you're in the building, you drop off your child and you go up to your classroom versus you drop them off 20 minutes away and then have to drive. Because it is difficult. Extremely. So it is definitely needed. We just have to figure out the how.
I've lost several teachers as a principal to schools with daycares because that was a driving factor. Especially now as we're coming into, we've had a teacher shortage for a while and it's not getting better. So if we can provide other reasons for people to work here, that's
Work here and stay here. It's a double-edged.
Okay, Mrs. Nymark.
Just one other question, then a comment. So the preschools that we have currently at our elementary schools, we're looking at housing these at the high schools. So why would it affect? No?
They're two different programs.
I know, but so why would it affect it at all? Can't we still run the preschools with why
So,
can we not? Because we're short on personnel or what?
so the special ed preschools that are in the elementary schools are functioning with adults and
Yes.
underneath other criteria.
So those would stay intact.
100%.
Okay, with Nancy's question, I
It's
was,
the preschools that are at the high schools that would be
Okay.
displaced. is what
Yes,
I'm
yes.
Questioning about.
yes, when you start talking about special ed.
Maybe to clarify it, the current preschools are really the early childhood education
Yes.
labs.
Yes.
And so, those this high school students are servicing community children in those early childhood labs. So the difference with this is the early childhood lab now is the daycare
Yes.
facility.
Right, but
Not,
was questioning is the community families that
Yes.
send their kids to those high school
Right.
programs wouldn't have a place to go.
There are, if you look at Brighton's has significantly
Huge.
higher numbers than at Corner Canyon, where there's a whole lot.
yeah.
So it's really dependent upon each location.
I just wanted clarification because when we started talking about special ed preschools, those are really housed at our elementary, yeah.
I
They're
was
separate,
thinking
could
there were
remain intact.
spaces maybe available in our buildings to then set up something different for the.
Oh, I
community.
see. I see what you're
It's the
saying.
little bathrooms that are hard to find.
I'm really in support of this. I think that with the cost of daycare, I think it makes it difficult for a teacher that's just in their first step or two to continue working, honestly, because if you take out their daycare expenses, it's not a huge difference of bonus, right? Of net positive for their family in general. So I think absolutely what Tom said was correct. I think we will preserve a lot of our younger teachers this way.
I lost teachers,
Absolutely.
great teachers, because it no longer made financial sense to stay teaching and have children.
Okay, you guys, Mont has a question and then I want to wrap this up. So, Mr. Miller.
Yeah, a couple of questions. I keep hearing the term that it will be self-sustaining, which is good. I'm just wondering if you factored in any of the build out in that and amortize that over a period of years to make sure it is self-sustaining.
What we'd have to do is every single year, in all likelihood, the price would have to increase because the cost of food, the cost of employees will go up. And so it's a balancing act. Right now, we're at one place, but it would have to increase. There's no way.
But you skipped over the cost of a build out to make this work in a school.
That would be different.
Mhm.
Saying if you'd have to remodel.
Facility
Oh,
costs.
remodel.
What does-
Yeah, the facilities.
Facilities, that would, I would recommend that be something that the Board of Education fund, not based upon recruitment and retention of teachers, and not be part of the actual cost to keep it operational. I mean, I have built in a cost for like heating, cooling, custodial, but I haven't built in the actual building space.
30 years of capital.
Yeah.
The other question is, I keep hearing the teachers would love it, the teachers would love it, the teachers would love it. But we have employees in the school district that are not teachers. We have a lot of ESPs and a lot of admin as well that I would guess this would be appealing for as well. And many of, especially our ESPs, work a year-round calendar. Would this dry up at the end of the school year? Or would you have a smaller scale through the summer months?
So that students, so it can be an educational program, it has to tie to the school year. If we had a daycare center that was year-round, it'd have to be different location, different licensing, but it is possible. When we started looking at the cost per person for an ESP, a lot of our ESPs, it doesn't make financial sense. It would have to be for some of our ESPs who are 242, but higher up on the lane to be able to afford to have a child in daycare.
So we've priced them out of the market.
I'm afraid they're priced out of the market, not only probably with us, but anywhere else. I mean, that one teacher who's paying $2,200 a month. I don't know. You know, I would love to be able to keep it low, but if we did that, you would have to subsidize it as a board to get it to the point where our ESP, most of our ESP employees could afford to place their
Has there
child.
been any thought given to maybe a sliding scale based off of what your earnings are?
We have not discussed that for the district. At UVU, they offer a daycare center where they do that based upon if you're a student, if you're a faculty member, and how much you make. So that is something that we could look at. But once again, it's more difficult to budget, not knowing if one person's paying 400 and one person's paying 1,200, or if everybody's just a single price.
Yeah.
Makes it easier to facilitate.
I just have great concern for those on our payroll that are lower end of the payroll scale that also provide a very valuable service, and we also need to retain them if a sliding scale may not make more sense.
It's something that we can review and see about the feasibility of it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Also, board, are we in favor of him bringing this back as like a second reading?
Yes.
And refining the proposal further, and Holly
Yeah, I
has
would
some-
like to look more at it.
Okay, Mont had some questions.
No, I just said I'd like to look at it more.
Yeah, I'd like to look at it more and maybe more specifics, because I think what you're proposing for the 24-25 school year, seems to me like we ought to really get specific about that first as a pilot program or something, you know. That way, before we start looking about going district-wide on
Well,
things.
maybe just even expanding to Jordan the first year and then the next year add to, I mean, just because of the slow.
What the costs would be, and I think Holly asked earlier too, the number of
Holly asked for
children
the
that
numbers.
would be a
I've got
part
that.
of it, and that'd be
We'll
great
measure.
to see.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you so much for your work on this, Steve. I know it's been a big job, but we really appreciate it. Okay, our next item on the agenda is American Institute for Research Mentoring Program. This is a first reading, and Nate Edwilson, Director of the presenting.
Thank you for the opportunity to bring this before you. Before we start, I just want to give credit where credit is due. Linda Hall, our administrator over secondary transition, really has spearheaded the great majority of this. Mostly what I did is give them up and bring more support. So she's here with us. If there's any questions that I can't get to, she's here to help us. But we want to talk about a great partnership opportunity we have with AIR, which is a research institution. And they're working with the Department of Education, which we're very fond of. And they have a program, Charting My Path for Future Success. And the goal of this program is to really bolster and help do some research in a needed area of transition. Transition is a lot of the practical skills that we want our post-secondary students to have. It aligns perfectly with, I think, our vision as a district, our strategic plan and vision. The goal is to help our students be more ready for both post-secondary options, whether it be work or getting into a post-secondary institution. Currently, right now, the biggest gap we're seeing nationally is this quite a lag between moving into post-secondary education for students with disabilities and employment opportunities. We really want to figure out ways to work with all stakeholders to improve those. So we have been 16 districts across the nation that have been selected as a potential candidate or participant in the study. And so we want to give you a little bit of details about the program, and then at the end, ask you to consider moving forward with us being so it's a 2-year program, run over a 2-year process. We'll be studying students who have IEPs or on IEPs. So even though you know that there's other students with disabilities, this is where they're focused for this meeting. We are looking at getting quite a revenue to support this program from AIR. So the instructors that will be allocated to this program will have their salaries paid. There'll be in 2 different control groups, or 2 different study groups and 1 control group. So the program is, you've got the self-determined learning model, which we'll get into in a little bit, and then you have an additional layering on top of the single program. And a 3rd group of students who will have business as usual. That's what they're proposing to do. Did I get that wrong?
Yeah, so program number 2, that is adding a mentoring component. So that's really important to know that it's all around the self-determined learning model that is part of this study.
So we'll get into those in just a second, a little more description later on. The goal of the study is to provide evidence about whether robust self-determination instruction really this family engagement to improve post-school outcomes. So the goal is kind of twofold, really focus on self-determination, but get their family engaged as well in the process. Or whether it's just the support at the level will be sufficient. And then the goal is to understand how and for who those approaches work. So that gives us some information as a district after the study is over to really decide what we need to prioritize in regards to how to move forward with improving our own gaps that we have currently with post-secondary outcomes for our students with disabilities. This is a little more information about the 2 different types of programs that Linda had mentioned a little more. One being kind of the structure of student-led and structure delivered. There'll be cycles of repeated interaction with students, small group meetings twice a week, 2 in-person family meetings, and then 1-on-1 sessions about IEP processes and engagement. And then the second program is added on to the first, and that adds a layer of mentoring twice per month, focused on post-school goals with additional family engagement and a summer component. So that's the difference between the 2 experimental groups. You have the 1 phase, and then you add the additional layer of supports, which obviously they're saying, this is your basic cost, this is your added cost, and then the 3rd control group that we talked about. The nice part about this is that they're going to fund this program for us, so that there'll be $1 million of revenue coming in to help hire staff, help with research-based curriculum, which we'll have ownership of, quote unquote, we'll have access to permanently. So that's a good resource that we get as an added bonus, regardless of what happens moving forward. And then professional development for our school employees, which I think is a good asset as well. They will offer 6 program instructors, materials for training and delivery. Also funding for parent nights in ways that we can provide different like meal type things to kind of engage our family and communities to help them get interested, understand the program and understand why we're doing. And those will be held in conjunction with partnership. Linda's got a partnership commitment letter from our parent center that she's gonna pass to them. And that just shows our commitment from our the parent center that helps parents with students with disabilities to understand rights and privileges and procedures and safeguards. So you can take that. We're gonna collect information. What they're looking for is post-secondary outcomes. So they're gonna be looking at different information, student surveys, student records, staff surveys, and then school outcomes. They want to see college attendance rates. They want to see employment rates, just like we would look at ourselves. We actually do our own surveys a year after graduation. Similar concept. They're going to be doing some of those surveys. The participants we're looking at in this study, although there's definitely generalizability after they have an IEP, they're roughly 2 years from graduation with a regular diploma, so juniors, roughly. Parents, guardians that have consented to participate in the study, so there'll be a parent informed consent component that will be required as part of the research process. And then students have assented to participate in the study. So both parent participation requests and students also agreeing to be part of it. So there's a two consent component. The benefits are, again, we're going to be focused on self-determination, seeing how that helps create ownership for students over their lives and their futures. We'll have more support for parents, guardians in regard to the transition planning process and how transition can help support their students now and then in post outcomes with the partnerships such as VR, et cetera. And then we'll have good, rigorous, evidence-based curriculum and instruction for our students with disabilities in regards to transition supports. We'll have that monitoring and support to the 2-year process. Our stakeholders, which we already had some consultation with, high school principals, the parent center, and our community partners, such as VR, we've already had conversations as well. So those are some of our stakeholders and support of the study as well. So our next steps is we've been nominated, but we'd like to seek board approval for moving forward with this being participants in the study. And we will know if with your approval, we will let them know that we've been approved, and then they'll let us know in January roughly if we've been accepted to be participant. We don't know that we're accepted yet, but that's a quick run for. I know it was a lot of information.
Yeah, that's really fast. Mrs. Oaksmith and then Mrs. Pedersen.
My hat's off to you that you guys have figured this out. Like, this is amazing. And I think those who have children with disabilities understand this when they get to this stage, but there is a huge gap of what happens with a child who has support coming from high school, moving to the college level. And it feels like a lot of institutions are working in silos, but we're not necessarily doing a great job communicating with each other from K-12 to higher ed. So that is one of my questions is part of this program going to focus on helping students identify what programs in higher education are available and a great fit for them? I'm guessing it would.
Yeah, self-determination is a huge part of this.
Yeah, because I mean, it wasn't until I went through this process myself as a parent that I understood how many federal programs actually exist, but like the high school students sometimes just aren't even made aware of them. So I think this is phenomenal. I'm so excited. I think it's going to help a lot of families. The one reticence I have is how long does it last for? And 2 years. Okay, and then are we able to reapply, or is it kind of a one and done experience?
So these grants are actually quite rare to come out of the Department of Education. So we're really actually excited that we're even being considered. They don't come out very often, especially for educational research. The other part, and that's what I think is going to really help us as a district and department, is to really figure out, okay,
here's the 3 layers that we've considered, what we are doing, and we're working on some other things as well. We can certainly talk about it at another day and time to really bolster our traditional approach. But then we're able to look at what is an additional factor that we could potentially consider, you know, how can we maximize our impact and minimize our costs? What does that look like? And how can we pull pieces from this if we need to continue sustainability? So, and also just, one of the things that we propose, I think is unique compared to maybe some of the other, proposals that have gone through there is we're looking at the idea of our instructors, we would like them to be school counselors. So we think that there's a really good general applicability with that because we have, I'm not saying that they don't have a lot on their plate. I'm not suggesting that, but there's some ready-made resources there where if we can kind of build some of that in, I think there's some ways we can work through some of that stuff.
Well, because that actually ends up benefiting students with 504s too, right?
That's the goal. We want to benefit all students with disabilities eventually. That's the goal.
Yeah, because the counselors become much more aware of this bridge from high school to college, then they're really going to be able to better benefit a lot of kids. So
we need to do that. That's part of the whole spectrum of students with disabilities. It has to include that whole spectrum.
so it's not just IEP, it's also
This study is only IEP. That's
specifically IEP.
what we'll be able to do beneficially from it is take away that research benefit and say what works for all students with disabilities and what can we add as things that we want to consider.
And what's really great about this study is once it's finished in 2 years, the sustainability piece is that what we get from it is we'll know what the outcome is and they will help us know the sustainability piece and they'll work with us to continue with the sustainability piece once the study is over with. So that's the great piece of this whole puzzle is. So it's not like they say, goodbye, we're out of here. They're gonna help us continue this on.
But I do believe with us using school counselors as our primary instructors will help us know what we can generalize to that larger population within the resources that we currently already fund, part of our comp guidance. Components.
Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Pedersen.
Your conversation from the previous question kind of answered some of my questions. I was trying to picture it in a practical way. You know, how are we applying this? Because I love this idea. I think it's the best thing ever. And I predict what the results will be. I can kind of tell you already how it's going to turn out, but you know how that goes. You just have to prove your theories. So how would the students access this on a regular basis? And is it, you're going to put one in every single school, high school? Because you said 6. Yeah, 5 high schools, and then you're gonna put one in Diamond Ridge?
Yes.
So there's the 6.
We have a couple of programs that we need to figure out. Yeah, but yes, Diamond Ridge.
Okay, so that, it's just me, I have to see how
That's great.
does it work? And then if they are counselors, how are you gonna free up the time that they're gonna be able to meet with these kids that often?
So these will be hired in addition to
In
what's
addition to
there
our
right now
count.
for the 2 year.
And they're gonna be hired on, knowing that their contract ends in 2 years
Yes.
and not assuming that it's gonna continue on. Cause that just adds more to our,
Can I just comment on that? So
yeah, I don't know how we're getting, how.
we talked about this in the meeting and that was actually a concern that I raised was going beyond the grant
Yes.
and what, right?
Yeah.
And I think we probably ought to have something built in to do some type of program evaluation to make sure that the board has the necessary data and feedback at some point. I mean, obviously to pull back, that's gonna be a difficult once these services are in place, right?
Especially if they're
It's the
effective.
right thing to do. I get it. And I said the same thing, like
Okay.
just about every high school kid
Would benefit.
benefit,
from that,
right?
yes.
Somebody helping them in transition. I mean, this is a gap that we've always known.
Right.
But that's, I mean, a big reason Leon and I, when we met, and Nate and Linda, was, you know, we felt like this really needed to be in front of the full board for this very reason, because it will expire. And then there's gonna have to be some hard decisions, but I
It'll
think,
be easier to make those decisions once you see the results.
Yeah.
And we'll also know the economics in specifics. I mean, there's a lot of unanswered things.
so it may be worth it, Nate,
It's worth
I mean, you've got some great framework there, but maybe some program evaluation framework that everybody understands in the beginning. You know, this is what we're gonna look at when this ends.
Yeah, that does-
Yeah.
I would also point out the reason I think they're focusing on IEPs, because under IDEA, it specifically addresses transition services. Even though this benefits all of our students, we have a federal mandate to provide these students to our special ed students who have IEPs, who are getting ready to graduate and have to have these transition services. And so because it is federally mandated, not only is it great that we have this program to assist us in meeting those, but then moving forward, we have to look at it and figure out the best way we can do that to meet that mandate.
And the thing that, the piece also is there's a curriculum that goes along with this.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
That the curriculum can be provided with special education teachers. So that can be part of the curriculum that is taught in the special education classroom. So that's the other piece of it too, is how
now
much
have access.
time we'll have access to that once this study goes away.
The other component to answer your question for the 6, although Brian's not here to answer the question, my understanding is we are still having even with school counselor position. So I think there's probably going to be some potential for them to roll into something, if not, if the evaluation doesn't
I
show.
was just trying to figure out, okay, sounds great. Now how do you apply it? Sorry, just gotta fit the round pegs in the holes.
One thing that wasn't in the presentation, I know I'm short on time, is there is going to be if we do get accepted, there'll be a time of training before the actual implementation. So I think that first 6 months in the fall is what we would look.
We'll start in, if we get accepted, then we're gonna look at hiring and then some PD that will, yeah.
There'll be a big implementation part, again, where they're funding that part. So there won't be a draw on our resources in that way.
Yeah.
Or there'll be reimbursement, that kind of stuff. So there won't be any negative impact there. We'll be able to do the training and really have more flesh out. Of course, we'll come back and give you updates as desired and let you know where we're at.
I'm very much in favor of us doing this. And I think it will be very beneficial. I just trying to figure out what it would look like.
Yeah, okay, Mrs. Tina.
Yeah, I too think this is a really great idea and have just some kind of more practical questions. So it's a study and it sounds like a group of students. So one of my questions is, how many students are we talking about?
120.
20, and that's spread across the 6 high schools. So, and some will choose, the plan 1, some will choose the plan 2, and then some are the control group.
Yeah, they'll be selected.
Are they self-selected or is it lottery? Is it a blind study?
They won't.
So they won't know necessarily other than,
In there because they'll be getting it, but
right.
It's a lottery system.
they won't have any choice.
Everyone might say, look at that and say, well, I want that one.
You definitely would.
So if they, yes, so then will each school have all three groups?
Yes,
Or-
every school will have all 3 groups, and what we'll do is have a parent night at each school to explain the study. Parents will be able to sign up right there, and then they will go into a lottery system right
Or
there
the
at the
informed
school.
consent, they'll know that they don't have choice in which option they get put into, so they'll know there's.
They know they're in part of the
33%
story.
Chance they won't get anything additional.
And, but I'd like to believe what we're currently doing is pretty good too.
Well, that's the best
And
part.
just improve on it.
They're amazing, of course, as you know, but no, well, we are still doing, in addition to this as an opportunity, Linda has been doing a lot of work with USU and some other partners to really bring even more resources in and improve what we already have. So we're not done working. We're working with, CTE. We've been working with Melissa Baker in counseling. We're trying really hard to do what Ms. Oaks described as really unify across. We're trying to break through the typical, we're working in silos and work together to kind of, how do we not repeat services? How do we really come through? So we meet now monthly and discuss that particular issue and work through. So we're hoping to continue to improve our own program at the same time, using this as a way to just kind of get a sense of what else, once we're all done, do we need.
That's great. And then for the data that's gonna be collected, Canyon student records, I'm sure it all will comply with FERP and things like that, but is it data that's different than what we would normally
just because they'll be looking at IEPs and things like that, that's identifiable, it's appropriate to be part of that, yeah, the parents will know and consent to that component, that's part of that, those parent nights that. I know those are always sensitive topics, but
Yeah.
that'll be that part.
Thank you.
You have a question, Mom?
Okay, then Mr. Milleberg has a question. Or comment.
Yeah, I'm just listening to Nancy's question about the lottery. And then I picked up that it will be a blind lottery to where everybody will have at least a fair chance of getting in. But I also go back to what Dan said about this is going to be mandated that we provide transitionary services for all special ed kids. And what would the additional cost be to do this for all of the special ed students in that, within 2 years of graduation? Because to me, this looks like a great program and a great idea. And I'm just wondering how much more expensive that would be to take, if we took in all students that age.
Great question. I don't know that I have that.
No.
Yeah, well, no, I don't have that right now. I mean, I could give you some things to consider. Not every student needs the same transition services, and so it's always an individualized discussion and team decision. And so I think that's what is gonna give us information, even if we do end up, we love this and this is where we wanna go, it may not be that every student is going to need this to make progress. And that's really what we determine our services based off is what does a student need to make progress? And some need a lot and some need a little, and so we'll really try to customize that to each student.
Well, and with that information, the follow-up on that is, if some students need a lot and some students need a little, and you're trying to just make that fit for each individual student, is a lottery the best way to approach this?
Not with the normal circumstances. Under the study, it's part of the way that they're gonna determine the impact without reducing all the biases they can account for. But once that's over, it would then turn over to an individualized decision. We'll have the curriculum that we can use and depending on what we prioritize, what the board prioritizes, what the supports will look like for a student who needs more intense support.
And it still will be individualized because the transition services within the study will still be individualized on the IEP.
Yeah, to answer the question, maybe a preemptive question for parents who are in the 33% who don't receive the other, what we'll always be able to rely on is team decision components. So if a student is not making progress within the normal range of what we do, we always come back to the table and say, what do we need to change? So that's never going to change, and we can't eliminate that factor as part of the study. That has to be what we do as our mandate. So if we are seeing a student who's getting services and that's not working, we'll come back to the table and discuss what we can need to provide additionally. It just won't be in the vein of those components.
You'll go to a different level of intervention.
Yeah, we could bring in community partnerships like Columbus Connects. We could do VR. There's a lot of ways we can reroute students to get more support. We just won't be able to involve them in the study in that way.
Yeah, but I am really interested to find out how much more this would cost, because just on the surface, to me as a layperson, it looks like a great idea.
We're hopeful. We think it'll be a really big impact.
Okay.
Thank you, Mrs. Oates.
So just real quick, while we're talking about data, this is the sort of thing I think that would need to be shared with USBE and the state legislature, especially when we're talking about trying to increase the WPU for a SPED student. And so are they going to allow us to have access to our own students, like conglomerate, like study information? Like, can that be pulled out in a way that we could actually share it with legislators or other lawmakers?
Yeah, it's part of a study, so we should be able to have access to
We
that.
should get aggregated data.
I would love that. I mean, I think it would be really helpful.
Yeah, that's great. Mrs. Nyberg?
So how many high school students do we have on IEPs?
High school students, we have around 1,200.
1,200.
But the ones we're looking at are junior and seniors, so we've got the juniors. So
Juniors.
about 200 juniors.
200. Okay, so how the lottery is going to work then is the parents are gonna be invited to the meeting. And they're going to be informed. If they're not at the meeting, there's no chance they can get.
No, we're going to be doing ongoing parent nights. So they are on knowing what's happening. So we're gonna have several parent nights. So they're gonna always have a chance to know about what's happening with this.
So they have to attend to one of those parent meetings for their child to be selected.
No, they don't
the
have to attend to be selected. And we're gonna have different opportunities for them to be able to sign up to be part of that. Sorry, I'm losing my voice.
We
This
want,
now.
we want all to participate if they can.
Okay,
Yeah.
that was my
We're gonna have
question, because you talked about a parent meeting and I thought, oh, that's gonna eliminate some.
Yeah.
We'll go out to home. We're happy.
Home
We're gonna do it.
visits, we're gonna have it through counselors, we're gonna have it through email, we're gonna have it all different ways they're gonna be able to sign up for it.
We wanna,
Yeah.
we wanna get the full we have
Yeah.
to participation number.
Yeah.
Okay, and I really liked Dr. Robbins' suggestion too, as we're moving through it, so that we can monitor and see and look at what the sustainability would look like.
And Dr. Clements is actually on.
Yes, from there.
She's from Air, so Maggie, do you have any comments that, I know we're running out of time, so.
No, I'll be very quick. You all did a fabulous job presenting. You didn't need me. It's a real, I wanted to address the question about data though. So we actually, well, it sounds like a great idea that a study would share data with a district. The data that we collect directly, we actually, we don't. I mean, we promise parents confidentiality and we don't share that data back with the district, but the vast majority of the data that the study will be collecting is actually data that the district already collects, right? One of the things about the study that we think is potentially quite appealing to districts is that there's very little burden of direct data collection on either students or teachers. So the district will have access to the data that we're collecting because some of the data will come from the district.
And it was more about the findings, right? Is that?
The findings.
The findings, absolutely. The findings we will absolutely share
I
widely.
want personal information.
Just the
We
findings.
want the findings to
Yeah.
be able to demonstrate to the legislature that it would be beneficial for them to invest.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So I misunderstood the point. Yes, no, I mean, the Department of Education is very committed to disseminating these results very widely to policymakers and practitioners. So not only the results of the impact on student longer term outcomes, but there's also a cost study as well. So really making sure that that information is shared widely.
So Dr. Clements, does that also mean that they'll be sharing, like Department of Ed will share that information to our like legislative bodies that are involved in that? There'll be some down that way too, so.
Sure. I mean, one of the things we're always really interested in doing is if a district wants to, so any district that participates in the study remains confidential unless the district decides to say we're part of the study. And once a district wants to say we're part of the study and they want to be communicating with policymakers, we're happy to support those efforts. I've worked on another study where a district was really pretty active in wanting to share that they were part of a study and what they were learning. And yeah, we're absolutely happy to partner with that. Sure. Or to support you all in doing it on your own without us. That's great.
Hey, thank you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Nate and Linda, we appreciate you guys. I do have one question. Do we need this on the second hearing? No, second reading, possible action for next meeting? Like, is there a deadline? So do we?
We'd really love to get them a response as fast as you feel comfortable doing.
Because we're hoping, they've already nominated us. So if we get approved, then it will be approved in January so we can move forward with this.
We have been working on an MOU with Linda and Nate's help,
Okay.
Jeff and Dan, and so
So
we'd like to
can
have,
that ready.
we hope to have that ready for you to approve. Possibly approve at
Next meeting. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. We're gonna go on to the next item, which is policy update, and it's policy 500.06, technology resources, and policy 400.02, non-discrimination, policy 500.01. Non-discrimination, okay, 2 non-discrimination. And it'll be Beth Christensen and then also the superintendent, Robbins wanted to start us off on that.
Thank you, President Schill, and before we turn it over to Jeff too, I just want to share appreciation to our policy committee for working on this policy. And as we talked in the last meeting, even though this policy it's pretty cosmetic and just clarifying coherency really with and continuity with how we utilize and monitor devices and technology in the district. And I can talk a little bit about the reasons why it's so important that that is managed at the district level when you're thinking about scalability of curriculum and instruction and really how that levels up, right? That if we want to ensure that's the same across all of our classrooms, whether it's training or how it's engaged, security measures, all of that's important, that comes really from a central location. But deeper than that, I kind of, and we haven't done this for a while. I don't think this is anything new to anyone, but maybe just to revisit a little bit of the why with technology and maybe speak to some of the issues that come with technology, that we can, celebrate the positive, but also recognize the challenges and some of the dangers that are involved in technology, because I think that's all part of our story and part of the information age that we live in. When you think about looking at the portrait of a scholar, I was looking at this over the holiday and just thinking through our strategic vision when it comes to personalized learning that we've called out as part of our strategic vision. So how might technology really support innovation? Well, there's a piece in there about creative practices, right? We want students to create, be able to use technology in that regard. Critical thinking, we can imagine, there's many ways that our students use technology to really inform their thinking and to seek information so that they can become critical thinkers of information. Resilient learners. How often do we talk about technology being used in small groups, whether it's reading intervention or credit recovery, or there's lots of different strands through the district where our teachers are, use this tool very strategically for students to not only for intervention purposes, but also for acceleration, right? And when we think about, one thing that we learned a couple of years, maybe it was not too long ago, not 2 years, maybe a year ago, when we heard from Gretchen that we have 90,000 students access library titles online in our Sora app. That's so this point about access and opportunity for kids using technology. When I think about impactful citizen, again, whether it's creativity or communication or being a critical thinker, it plays a role. And then lastly, collaborator, and we've talked a little bit about that. So it has a definite role in our ecosystem and how we deliver instruction. And was that accelerated during the pandemic? Yes, we know that, right? That we leaned on it heavily, probably more than we wanted to at the time, but we didn't have a lot of choice in that. And that was the option that was most viable that we had. And I think considering all aspects of the pandemic and everything that was going wrong, there was a lot there that went right in ensuring that our students still had access to an education to really keep the ball rolling. Since that time, I think we've learned a lot of lessons about coming out of the pandemic and really what it means to get back to the experience of education. And I appreciate Andrew's comments in past board meetings about our parents expect to send their kids to school to have relationships and to engage. And we talked about, what that looks like in our classrooms, that it's less about technology. It's there as a tool to support, but it's not the driver and never should be. You can't replace the human experience that we all have when we learn from each other, especially kids. So we're in this balancing act, right? We're in this place where we're trying to balance both, the need for technology in the information age that we live in and preparing our students for their futures. At the same time, recognizing the challenges that come with that. And, I think one of the things that as information and technology accelerates, more and more challenges come with that, right? And the bad guys are out there working just as hard as the good guys. And so, it's amazing to me how fast that occurs. I remember I visited Google, I don't know, their campus in California, maybe it's been 6-7 years ago, but the thing that I didn't realize when we were talking to them about how Google updates, you think when we talk about updates in systems that, in my mind, I'm thinking weekly, monthly, yearly, and they explained to us it's every 10 seconds, and so when you apply that to this paradigm, you can see how the challenges that are created, how difficult they are. And I want to express this. I think it's important to recognize how important it is that our teachers, our parents, our students, that there is danger in technology and there are issues with it. And I respect that. And I think it's important. And our parents and our teachers have played a great role in identifying all of those issues, whether it be, pornography or inappropriate sites, or, some of the things we experienced in Second Steps where we've got hyperlinks. This is all new territory that we're learning from, but I'm confident that, as technology evolves, we're evolving and we're getting better at our systems too. And I've said this before out in our community meetings, that when you think about filtering systems that you might go down and buy at Walmart or Best Buy or whatnot, I'll put our fleet of system engineers and technology people up against any of those systems any day. Our ability to monitor and to track and to protect and provide security is right near the top. Is it perfect? No. Are there holes? Are there ways around our firewalls and our filters through VPNs and other ways? Yes, that is a fact of life that we have to continue to work with and engage. But when I see in classrooms, when I see students that are able to really utilize the technology to increase their own learning, to accelerate or to receive extra help, the goal at the end of the day is really not just to personalize that experience for our students, but to really assist in that heavy lift that our teachers have. And when they are trying to instruct 30 plus students, that's just the norm in Utah. And if technology can help that lift, then it's a worthwhile endeavor to go down this road. So I don't want to take a lot of time. I just thought it was important to really kind of call some of that out before we get started. And yeah, if other members of the policy committee want to speak to that, that would be great. But I just thought it was important to kind of highlight some of the backdrop and the context before Jeff gets into the policy itself. So
Thank you, Superintendent. And Mr. Edel.
So I always appreciate superintendent's discussion. I just wanted to close any potential rabbit holes that may have been opened up the floodgate. This policy update is not a massive change that changes anything the way we do. It clarifies who's responsible for devices. And so for an overarching device policy and strategy, that's not being discussed here. And so I just wanted to fill in those rabbit holes before we start going down those. That's all been punted to some of our other subcommittees. So.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Mrs. Nybar.
I too just wanted to say similarly to Mr. Edel, the way it was worded before, it left it a little open to interpretation, and this is a way to clarify the practice that's already been used. However, I do just want to make a statement because I have so many parents, that have communicated with me in my community. I'm very grateful as a board member, and I know as a district we are, with the input that we receive from parents, because it has definitely made us look at things and say, okay, can we do better? And the answer is yes, we can. And, there is going to be a greater initiative for the educational piece with this. We're training kids to be college and career ready. And we also, because we're giving them technology and instruments, we are gonna do even more on strengthening our education with them as to, you know, their opportunity to be responsible with these devices and all sorts of things. And that is going through student responsive services and IT and even school performance. So I just wanted that to be on the public record for anyone that might be watching, that we've taken that very seriously. We're grateful for that input. And there's growth there that and steps that are being taken. So
I just want to add one thing too to that. And there are there's a plethora of other issues, employee use agreements. I mean, still thinking about AI, you know, there's a lot out there that we still need to talk about. But to Andrew's point, I should have clarified that up front. This is a very short window into something that we currently practice to help bring clarity to that. But I also want to just say this, that I think thinking about where we were at the start of the pandemic to now, I'm really grateful to our teachers and our staff. We're really, you know, heeding the call that we do need to really pull back on technology use. That yes, it's important. Yes, it's part of our DNA and our ecosystem, and it provides great support. But I was very excited to hear in our student board advisory council, the kids give us the feedback that they're seeing less and less technology in their experience. And I see that when I'm out in our schools. And so I think it's great, you know, that our teachers are really engaging our students, and that has been a long process, right? Coming out of the pandemic.
Yes.
One of the things that we've talked about is, you know, using Canvas as a reference and as a resource, but not as a place for new curriculum and instruction. But, you know, if there ever is a pandemic, we're ready, right? And it's a great tool, but it really shouldn't be, you know, just a place where original new instruction is placed. We also talked a lot about downtime, you know, and screen time. So whether it's fast finishers or before class or in between breaks, that, you know, we're really encouraging students and teachers close the Chromebooks, make it about a conversation, write a thank you note, read a book, you know, whatever, engage, right? Instead of just being locked in on a screen during that downtime, find other ways to engage. So I just want to give that shout out to our teachers. I feel like it's going in the right direction, and appreciate the board's leadership and our leadership team that's here for really helping to advance that.
Thank you.
Just one other really quick thought, and you know, thank you for everything that's been said and kind of the idea of rabbit holes and whatever. I mean, this really is just kind of an infrastructure, the baseline systems, and then all of the applications and how it's utilized in the classroom is a whole different discussion. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Jeff, can you do this in 10 minutes?
You know, now all the rabbit holes are gone. Taking away all my thunder. I'll see what I can do. I don't seem to. Oh, it's behind me. I'm looking there and I'm like, they don't want to see a video. So as everyone has said, these are, I think, foundational, but also cosmetic. This policy, when it was looked at, was just pre-pandemic. We got it in place just prior to the pandemic, when we were looking at, you know, as you learn as a law student, laws and policies don't work lockstep with changes in society. They're always playing the catch-up game. I mean, it's just the nature of the beast. Something happens, policies are developed, laws follow, and then it's a constant balance. So we, at that time, were looking at, how do we address personal devices in schools? There was a board rule, we brought it back and we updated our policy as a result. This board was primarily concerned at that time with maintaining the face-to-face instruction. And that's a lot of how the policy was worded. We had some language in there, as you can see down below in the third paragraph, where we did have that district-owned electronic devices for instruction, because the principal is the instructional leader, would be guiding how we're using those devices in the classroom. What we've added is just to clarify, when we're talking about a systemic instructional program, we are looking at a lot of the network applications, filtering, hardware, software decisions. You can't have 29 philosophies and strategies and maintain a cohesive system if it's independent field day in every school. So this language is just to really tighten that we're talking about our systemic instructional program. That's really the responsibility of the superintendent and district administration. That being said, all of the work that's being done by our operations committee and those parents that are coming forward with concerns, that's a partnership that we have. And part of our digital citizenship is that we partner with our parents. So that's the update for the technology policy. The other policies, we were looking as the policy committee started this year, there have been a number of bills that have been focused on discrimination issues. And we were looking at how the board communicates with patrons, how they file claims. So we just gave a look at our non-discrimination policies. And we went back, look at all the federal statutes that deal with disabilities, that deal with Title VI, race, color, and national origin, Title IX, how you file a complaint, and made some updates to our discrimination and non-discrimination policies. Our district has a few policies that are structured different than some other districts. Some have lumped all of their discrimination related issues with 504 and ADA, Title IX, all into one behemoth policy. We've separated ours out so that if you're looking for an issue that deals with Title IX or 504, we have other policies that address those issues. The updates to this are minor. We added bullying to this policy that was already in our discipline, but often a complaint of harassment or discrimination also generally includes bullying. So we've included that from state statute. And then we've done some cosmetic edits to the submission of a complaint and the complaint procedure. Just clarifying as you're reporting up who you report to, and then updated the review of our legal references and access to forms. And so we have both an employee non-discrimination policy and a student non-discrimination policy, and those edits are essentially identical. These are for first reading. You can send feedback regarding both of these to the policy committee. I can answer questions, or you can break, and you can send feedback to the policy committee.
I would recommend, if you have pretty specific feedback that doesn't require discussion, that maybe you send an email to Jeff, and that way we can look at that specific stuff. If there's something that you see that we all need to talk about, then we can talk about it. But if it's just like, ooh, I think you should look at this specific thing, then just shoot Jeff an email and we'll bring it up in policy committee and address them.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, board, or comments?
Then,
Okay.
Go ahead, go.
no, because I was about to move on to just one more piece of housekeeping from the policy committee, so if you had something to say. So that's our board handbook. So I sent everyone out an email for the board handbook that we've been working on. It's got a number of sections done with that. And now it's to the point where we're asking for comments. And feel free to like nitpick and be like, you missed this whole thing. I know Mont already provided comments on at least one section. And so don't hold back, because this is our document. As the policy committee, I feel like our job is to prime it, and then an opportunity for the whole board now to really weigh in and let's get us an awesome product.
That's right. Is there a deadline? Like, when is your next meeting?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Like, yeah, when do you want feedback?
Continuous feedback's good. Our next meeting is.
For the policy committee is December 8th. I don't know if that's what you're asking.
Yeah.
That's our next meeting.
It would be nice to have
Before your
Something
next meeting.
before then.
them, yeah.
That's fair.
And then too, if you have any comments or recommendations or bullet points or thoughts or brainstorming about sections we haven't written yet, just shoot me an email. And that way we can incorporate that as we start building those. And yeah, if you have any questions about making comments or anything, just reach out to me.
I'll be managing a little folder that we're collaborating with. Yeah, Andrew, I really appreciate the fact that you've got it broken down into smaller pieces. You will find comments from me on the early but not on the late sections. But I will continue to march through that piece by piece by piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Mrs. Oaks, I think that's a question.
So I just wanted to address the piece with regard to technology, and I appreciate a lot of what all of you said, particularly what the superintendent said. I've had a lot of thoughts on this, you know, in my area. Holly and I share a lot of the same overlap of constituents, and people have been very concerned about it. And there have been a couple things in my mind about some of this. One is that for sure, it has definitely informed better practice for the district. I've been very appreciative of Scott McComb's response to so much of this. A lot of the direct feedback he's been receiving from parents, he's gone and applied that to how our filters are functioning. I mean, we learn from these parents who come forward and their experience, and that's been helpful. The other is that I think it's important for anyone in the community, especially in the current times that we live in, to offer good faith. This morning, I had forgotten we were going to be discussing this morning, and ironically, at 6:45 in the morning, we had a scheduled call with Apple Care because I have a 10-year-old with type 1 diabetes that has to have a phone in order to keep track of his blood sugars. He's entirely much younger than any child I would ever recommend to have a smartphone. And we thought as parents, we had shut everything down on that sucker. But because of the new updates and everything that happens, we found out he was able to find and access more things. It was fairly inert at this point, but we could see the writing on the wall. An hour and a half later, sharing screens on his phone, on my husband's phone, going 3 layers deep of managers, we finally figured it out. This is with parents who, you know, were pretty proactive about making sure, but even with a company like Apple, it was difficult, and it was an individual situation. And it's like my husband said, there's a sweet spot that's different for every parent. And so I would ask that the parents provide us some measure of good faith, of patience, that we work this through together. The other is that, as I think it's important, we talked about this in high quality learning and in some of our other meetings, we really are looking at a deeper level about what it means to be engaged effectively in learning with technology. We've, you know, visited a private school that does this really beautifully, that they instill a sense of personal responsibility and individual ownership of their learning. And that's with them having access to devices every day where they're working on their own personalized level of learning. So I think it's important for the public to understand this is not just an umbrella, like, wash, we're gonna just move on and ignore. It's not at all. We're actually trying to fine tune and become better and listen to what they have to say. But you know, I think that this is one of the greatest challenges for parents in our generation, is to figure out how to manage this, and it's hard for everyone. And yeah, this morning taught me that in the space. So anyway, I thank the policy committee for your work on this. I recognize you guys have a heavy job, so thank you for all your work.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think we could call the meeting to an end, this study session, and we will start at 7 o'clock for business. Thank you, everyone. to welcome everyone to the business meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is November 28th, 2023. We are meeting at the district office located at 9361 South 300 East in Sandy, Utah. Mr. Millerberg is joining us virtually, so he is here even if you don't see him on the picture. And the first item is to approve the agenda for tonight. If I can have a motion to approve that agenda.
I will make that motion. I move that we approve the agenda for tonight's meeting.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second to that?
I'll second.
Okay, is there any discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. The next item on the agenda is to have the Pledge of Allegiance, and we have Copperview Elementary Principal Colleen Smith here. And then after that, she will share some school highlights. Yeah. And is the light on that?
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I am really excited to meet with you guys today. So last year brought us a lot of changes at Copperview, in large part through the support of you all and our approval of our comprehensive support and improvement plan, which gave us a lot of additional funding and resources to support the needs of our school. I have a couple. I do prefer documents. I do have a couple documents. One of the things we did with looking at our school improvement plan was determining the needs of our students. And one of the things we saw was that we needed to address increased opportunities to build their content vocabulary and background knowledge through really high quality experiences. So instead of just having assemblies or field trips, we went and looked at those field trips and assemblies in a really intentional way, aligned them to their core standards, and have provided really cool opportunities for the students to then learn what they're supposed to be learning in their core standards, have a field trip or a assembly that aligns to that, and then we bring the families in for a community STEM night, also with the partners that we partner with for the field trip and assembly to then experience what the students have been learning. Our most recent STEM night, we had 2 grade levels. So in our small school, that's like 80 students, but we had over 50% attendance and over 100 people there. So we're really excited about how we're able to provide those experiences to our students and our families. In addition to all of those experiences, we also have to identify several milestones and data points along the way in our CSI plan. And the timing of me being able to be here is exciting because we're at the end of the first quarter, so I can share some of our quarterly data, which I'm expected to submit. We have met every single milestone that we identified at the beginning of the year. And some of the coolest data comes from our students. And so I have for you those highlights in our student stakeholder data. The top line for each of those is last year's data, and then this year's data is below that. So we knew that school climate and safety was a big priority for our students. Some of the things that they reported, as
as far as my students, my teacher knows how to get students to behave in class. Last year, we were at 45% of students saying yes. This year, we had a 33-point increase to 78% of students saying, yes, my teacher knows how to get students to behave in class. That is consistent throughout our data. The highlights I have for you that they see that we know how to get them to participate in class from 47 to 78% increase. That we make learning interesting, which they commented specifically when we asked them about that with the assemblies, the STEM nights, the field trips. They are seeing the connection between all of those things instead of we went here and that was fun, but now we're back to learning. We did this and then we did this and we did this. So making learning interesting had a 6-point gain. Feeling safe, safety was a really big concern and priority, and those have seen really big jumps as well, from 52% to 62%. We assess lunchroom, so that's a 10-point gain, and then on the playground, it was a 12-point gain from 45 to 57% of students saying yes. I didn't share this data with you, but when we talk about recess, we know that that was probably one of the most challenging areas for staff and really thank you so much. Like it is, I know that I'm speaking fast because it is so exciting to see the progress we're making. And I feel super fortunate to be able to walk into Copperview every single day and be their leader. So thanks for trusting me with that. Yeah.
For this time to recognize the achievements of students in Canyons District who are showing the world that we are Canyon strong. Those who are mentioned tonight will receive a letter of commendation from the board and the superintendent. I know that we've said this before, but I think we're going to say it again tonight. The arts are certainly a focus in the Canyons District. You'll see here information about 2 of our final musicals produced by Canyons District Schools. We've mentioned the musicals at Jordan and Corner Canyon and Alta High just recently wrapped up their run of Mean Girls. I heard it was incredibly successful. Unfortunately, I didn't make it over there, but I've heard that it was fantastic. But if you're looking for fun and family-friendly entertainment, look no further than White Christmas and Into the Woods. They start this week, both start November 30th at Brighton and Hillcrest High Schools. Now, you also may note there an address to a new web page on our site. And this is where we invite the community to look to find out when our students will be performing. We've invited all of our arts teachers to list all of their performances on a calendar on www.canyonsdistrict.org/arts/. We'll also provide this in an email to the board so you can regularly go there to see all of our fantastic choir and instrumental music performances at our schools. Now, if you are in search of a holiday themed choir or a orchestra or a band concert, go here to find when and where our students will be performing. The performances are always amazing and true learning experiences. So take a look at that part of our website, and we urge support of our performing arts programs, especially Into the Woods and White Christmas. So our first honorees tonight are the 6A football champions, the Corner Canyon Chargers. Now, the Chargers won big at the recent 6A football championships. The title is back in Canyon School District. The Chargers were escorted back to their campus by police with the lights flashing. And they also got to light the victory light at Corner Canyon. On November 17th, as you all may know, Corner Canyon claimed the championship trophy, their 4th in 6 years. This was after a hard-fought win against Sky Ridge, which is the team that beat the Chargers last year for the title. So it's nice to see the Chargers bring the trophy back to Canyons District. Now, these two gridiron powerhouses, they clashed at Rice-Eccles Stadium. It was so much fun to see the students, faculty, staff, and parents show up to cheer for the Chargers. The Chargers took the lead after scoring the first touchdown of the game early in the first quarter, and they didn't look back until they were holding that state trophy. The final score was 41-27. So we offer a big congratulations to Corner Canyon and Coach Kerr. Way to go, Chargers. Our next honorees are the Canyons District Marching Bands. And in addition to the state title in football, the Alta High Drumline brought home a state title after the recent state marching band competition. They are the state champions in their division. And at that same competition, they took 3rd place, and Brighton took 4th place. And in their division, Hillcrest took 4th. And then the next day at the Bands of America competition, Brighton took 4th in their division and 15th overall. So congratulations to all of our marching bands for a successful field show season. And we are so happy that the Hawks brought home another state championship to Canyon School District. Our next honorees are the students who are the creative force behind the Canyons District official holiday card. Now, it just isn't the holidays until we unveil the artwork of our annual holiday card, produced always by Canyons District students. Now, for more than a decade, we have chosen artwork created by Canyon students to be featured on the cover of this holiday greetings that we send around the world. We've asked students from Alta, Brighton, Corner Canyon, Hillcrest, Jordan, and Jordan Valley School to produce this artwork. This year, we chose an elementary school. At Sprucewood Elementary School, you'll see there that we have put the design of the card for this year's Yuletide greetings. We send that to major supporters, community partners, congressional and legislative delegations, mayors, city councils, superintendents of other school districts, media organizations, and even the office of the First Lady at the White House. Now, this year, we had Sprucewood 4th graders create a whole bunch of artwork for us. The school winnowed it down to 3 finalists and forwarded all 3 of those pieces of artwork to us. And it was our job to pick one piece of artwork to be featured on the cover. And we just could not do it. So this year we chose all 3, and they are done by Allison Little, Maisie Morgan, and Ashlyn Richards. And they said that they worked for weeks on this artwork. It's faux stained glass and chalk. It's an art project that was done in the class. And as you may know, Sprucewood is a Beverly Taylor Sorensen arts school. Sprucewood Elementary receives grant funding from the State Office of Education to deliver arts integrated in instruction. And Sprucewood's art teacher, Kristen Benshoff, worked with all the 4th graders on this project. So, and she says that all students benefited from this project, not just those who were selected to be featured on this year's holiday card. So congratulations to the Sprucewood 4th graders who were selected to have their artwork featured on the Yuletide greetings that the district sends around the world.
President Schill, thank you so much for this time that you grant us during board meeting to honor those who help make us Canyon strong. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We have now come to the patron comment portion of the meeting. The board often designates time in meetings to listen to patrons of the district. Patron comment time is limited to residents and taxpayers of Canyons District, students and parents of students, and current employees of the district. Patrons may provide board members with written documents. These documents must be submitted to the board secretary at the meeting or emailed to the Office of Public Communications by noon of the day following the board meeting. And the board secretary is right over there. Tonight, individuals will be given 3 minutes. Those representing groups will be given 5, and comments made during patron comments are part of the public record. It is the board's practice to listen and take notes during patron comments. The Board of Education does not discuss matters that are not on the meeting's agenda, nor engage in public comment on individual students to protect their privacy or employee issues. If a patron wants to comment on a district employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health, the board requests that those comments be submitted to the board in writing. However, if a patron determines to verbally comment on those personnel issues, the comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory, or slanderous comments about an individual. The Board of Education values input on all sides of issues. To maintain decorum and respect, we ask that those in attendance refrain from applause or other types of demonstrations during the patron comment time, as well as throughout the meeting. Comments must be age appropriate, considering children who may be present or watching online. Okay, we have just one person that has signed up, and it is Anna McNamer. She could just come up to the microphone.
Works best for you. Once you do that, I'd like you to imagine any middle school classroom that you've ever been in. I want you to imagine that you're sitting at your desk, fiddling with your hands, listening to the teacher, wishing your Chromebook would load just a little bit faster. You're halfway through the day and almost done with your first week of school. It's been a good week to be a middle schooler. And then you get to hear the voice. Run, fight, hide. Interior threat alert. Locks, lights, out of sight. Run, fight, hide. Locks, lights, out of sight. Your teacher rushes to the door, flips off the lights, locks everything. You and your friends gather together closely, pressing as hard as you can, your backs against the wall. Even though there's a huge window above you, you're going to be as quiet as you can. Your friend next to you is shaking and you grab her hand steadily, hoping that she won't be too loud. Your teacher's pressed up against the door, hoping that they don't see anything, but you don't know. You're as silent as you can be, but there are 38 other people in there, 38 other human beings. Someone giggles a little bit and you stare at them. Softly beneath you, there are screams. Or maybe they're still going. Did they stop? There's silence. And you wait, and you wait, and you wait. For a minute, maybe more. Time is endless. It doesn't mean anything. Nothing means anything. Are you going to see your mom again? Are you going to see your cat again? Are you going to die? You're only in 7th grade. How is this real? A few seconds later, oh, it was an accident. We didn't mean for the alarm to go off. It's fine. Everything's fine. Get back on with your day. That's how Butler Middle School ended their first week. That's how I ended my Friday of my first week back at school. After that, some students were crying, some left. There was no in between for me, though. I had to de-escalate myself, my adrenaline pumping through my body. Am I going to see my kids again? Every teacher has a plan of action for a life or death situation. You can't be a teacher without having thought, what will happen if an armed intruder comes into my school, into my classrooms? Am I willing to die for my students? Or should I leave now? But we give grace, we forgive, we get therapy, we move on, We hope for something better. These egregious breaches in trust affect us. They lack empathy. They hurt our students. They hurt our relationships with our community, because hearing that it was just an accident from the outside sounds like someone just mispronounced a word. It doesn't give you the feeling of the adrenaline coursing through your veins until it happens again. This egregious breach of trust is something that our school board has to fix. This same event happened just before school yesterday morning at Butler Middle School, and our students and staff felt this again. This is above our heads as teachers, above our heads as staff, out of our principals' control. It's not their responsibility to try to solve these system updates, maintenance errors. You deserve, as leaders of our community, as our school board leaders, to know what's going on in our communities so that you can act with kindness and humanity, supporting our students to feel safe in coming to school, supporting our staff to be able to participate in a calm environment. I've been teaching for 14 years. I've been in education for 30. Never have I had this happen, ever. But I am human too, and I deserve to go into school without being repeatedly subjected to this hostile trauma of fearing for my life and not knowing, is it real or just another fakie? Every time we expose our students to, oops, it was just an accidental lockdown, they take a real situation less seriously. Yesterday, when this happened, half of my students walked down the hallway saying, probably doesn't matter, it's not real. And the other half were crying. This is escalated to a leadership level. It's your responsibility to yourselves, to your communities, to look within yourselves and to find some level of kindness to identify this issue and fix it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the next item on our agenda is the consent agenda. And I will now ask for a motion, and please read all of the items.
I'll go ahead and make that motion. So I'd like to make a motion to approve tonight's consent agenda, which includes item A, approval of minutes for November 14th, 2023. Item B, approval of hire and termination reports. Item C, approval of purchasing bids. Item D, approval of student overnight travel. Item E, approval of 2022-2023 annual comprehensive financial report, ACFR, and related audit reports. And item F, approval of 2024 to 2025 school calendar and tentative approval for 2025 to 2026 and 2026 to 2027 school calendars.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. The next item on the agenda is new business, and item A is approval of updated cell tower revenue distribution model. And this will be presented by Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator.
Thank you, President Schill. Sorry, I'm kind of walking with a limp. My wife says she made a voodoo doll of me and now she's pulling my leg. He's not.
Don't quit your day job, Leon.
On board, thank you, Tom. On board docs, I passed out our, and it should be said, at our operations subcommittee focus report last meeting on the 14th, he asked us to bring back, we proposed a cell tower revenue sharing plan and update. And he asked us to bring that back with more numbers that you could look at and compare. I just passed down a document. The same document is on board docs, so that same document I just passed out is on board docs. Might be easier to look at it here, it might not be. We tried to get everything on one page, so I know the print is very small on both board docs and on this document. But just to give you a quick update on what we're proposing here is, as we said last time, back a decade ago, we came up with a revenue sharing model for cell tower proceeds. And that was the host school that has a tower keeps 85% of the money. The other 15 is pooled pulled together and then shared among all schools that do not have a tower based on their enrollments. And so we looked at this over the last couple of years. Most of the towers, 12 of the 26 that we have are high schools. And of course, they get a higher amount of land trust, TSSA on a per student basis. They collect registration fees. So we thought maybe we ought to look at doing something maybe a little bit different, adjusting the model a little bit, not an overhaul, but a little tweak there. And we thought this would be helpful because cell tower revenues are the most discretionary funds that really a principal and their school has, for the use. What we're proposing is a cost, just adjusting the model, from 75% instead of 85% down to 75%. And we also want to cap those schools at 30,000 that have it. We'd also propose that Midvale Middle and Elementary, they have a tower. If you've been over there, technically sits on the fence side, if you will, of Midvale Middle. So, we've always given it to them, but we'd propose that they share that equally with Midvale Elementary, but also be in the pool, if you will, because that tower generates only about $6,000 annually. There is a tower at Crescent View Middle, if you've been over there. It's actually on the middle school side of the fence, if you will, but we've always split that equally with Crescent Elementary, and we proposed that would continue. We also have a tower down on the 5th West property, and the districts have always kept the proceeds from that one for the last decade or so. And that would continue as well. What I've shown you here is just tweaking that model, going from that 85 down to 75. It would increase the amount for a non-cell tower school for each student from $3.41 up to $6.17. For the elementary schools, we have 9 towers, if you will, at elementary schools, not counting Crescent and Midvale. But, so those that have a tower would actually lose money, as you see there. Those that do not have a tower would gain money. So there would be a net gain to the elementary schools of roughly 14,000. Of course, that will be adjusted based on the actual counts, but this is what we're projecting. Going to the middle school counts, again, only 2 schools, Albion and Butler, have a tower. Of course, Midvale we're proposing does share their tower with the elementary school, but they would get a little bit more. So about 11,000 increase there. The high schools would go down, as we said, because they have the most of the towers. So theirs would decrease roughly from about $3 less, from $27.32 to $24.19. Or you can see the amount there. So they'd make up that difference of that 25,000 that they would go down. So that's our proposal there for that. So that's all I have. Again, I would say it's discretionary, but overall, these are still not major revenue budgets for the school, but they can be used in a variety of ways for the principals that way. So happy to take any questions you may have. That's all I have there.
Okay, thank you. Board, are there any questions or comments?
I have one.
And then Mrs. Nybar.
Thank you for looking at this and presenting it to us. So a question, if the board adopts this new model, when would it go into effect?
We've already distributed for this school year, so it would go into next year. the 24, 25 year, yeah. So these numbers are based on the 24, 25 enrollments, yeah.
Thank you.
And I should say, Mr. Millerberg has a question if someone else here. He's raising his hand.
Is that okay if Mr. Miller goes? Okay, then Mrs. Nybar.
I'm okay to wait my turn. I just want a turn.
Wait just a minute. We can't hear you very well. Can you turn your volume up?
I was told to turn it down last time and they adjusted it from your end. Is that any better?
A little bit higher.
A little bit. Can you put it all the way up?
Sure, that's all the way.
Okay. Let us work on that and then I'll come back to you, okay? Because we still can't hear you very good. So Mrs. Nybar.
So it looks to me like the high school most affected would be Jordan High School with the 10,000.
Mhm.
That seems to be a larger impact that they would feel. And I'm just wondering if we've reached out to Jordan High School to see how they're currently spending that money. There was a gentleman here from the SCC last meeting I talked to afterwards, and that's at the SCC at Jordan. And he was talking about some of the things that he believes they spend that cell tower money on, that I would love to see how they would make up that difference.
I'll be honest, I've not talked to Bruce about this. Each school, as again, does their own plan,
Yeah.
as I said. Are you?
Mr. Sherwood is raising his hand in the back. So could you come forward?
Thanks for laughing at my joke, Tom. Yeah.
So we actually met about all of this because we knew it would impact the high schools most substantially. And actually, the high schools voted unanimously to do a equal split, which would have been a much larger impact. They're very thankful that, especially Jordan, that we're going with a smaller dent, but Bruce was actually okay with a equalized distribution. So I think they'd be very happy with this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sherwood.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, board? Mr. Edo?
This is less of a question and just more of a comment that this is really conflicting for me. Just because the Jordan feeder system is disproportionately affected in terms of funding loss, as the Jordan feeder system has a lot of cell phone towers with Jordan and then Park Lane. But at the same time, I really appreciate the overall increase in distribution to the elementary schools. I know when I've worked with the school community councils and was on the school community council at the elementary level, this was a big deal. And I know that this redistribution really will make a big impact, especially for our elementary schools. And so anyway, there's no real question, there's no real answer. Those were my comments for that.
Yeah, elementaries seem to need it more because, again, as we said, they didn't have this discretionary funding available to them. Yeah, more of a challenge for them. Yeah. Mont, are we back? You want to try?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Good.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
My question was just if this has been discussed with the high school principals, but it looks like Tom's already answered that question, so no answer needed.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, I do have a question. So that 30,000, I mean, how long, I'm assuming that high schools have like a contract with cell tower carriers. Like, are we gonna have to be, what I'm wondering is if in like 5 years, are we gonna have to look at that again, right? Because the amounts may go up, or do we feel they're pretty steady, so it won't need to be adjusted?
Yeah, good question. So the district keeps the contracts. We're the one who negotiates the contracts with all the carriers. So how it works is the carrier wants to put a tower on one of our properties. They come to us first. And then we just, they discuss this because they've already scouted out the school from where they want it. They come to us and we go over the plans with them. Then we take it to the SCC and make sure they're okay with it. Then we take it to the planning commission of the respective city to make sure it falls into the ordinance of that city. Then we actually bring it to the board. We actually haven't done many of these lately. We haven't had many towers lately, so we haven't brought any to you. But and then, then it goes up and then we do get the money and do the revenue sharing and whatnot. So most of the contracts are 20 to 30 years. The tower obviously costs a lot of money for one, Sprint or Verizon, AT&T to put a tower up. So we usually go 20 to, they want to go 30 or 40 years. Actually, we try to limit it to 20 years. So they're actually quite lengthy in time. There's always that clause that they can get out of it or we can get out of it. And sometimes they do get out of it for various reasons. So it can impact them. Jordan actually lost a tower recently. So they had 4 and now down to 3, but that does happen. But yeah, we could always revisit it every couple of years. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So we do not have this down for action requested. So even though this is the second reading, so board, would it be okay if we brought this back on consent for next meeting? Okay, looks like everyone is nodding. So, and Mont, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that is that item. So now we are on to item B, and that is Long Range Planning Committee. This is a second reading, and Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator, will also present this.
Yeah, so I have to say, because of the holiday last week and busy schedules by all the committee members, we were unable to meet as a committee. So I have to say this is more or less my draft and my work here. So hopefully nobody has taken any of Catherine's tomatoes, but they should be thrown at me and not at the committee. What we've done here is, what I've tried to do tonight is, based on the comments from last board meeting, we've focused on the short, we call it long range planning, but I'm doing it on the short term focus. Things that we're looking to choose to do or elect to do here within the next several months. And so there's nothing here about an innovation center or anything like that. We can bring that back at another meeting, but it's just those things that are current schools that have been on our list, through the board and through the schools administration, through our work, through the community. So things there. So this is what we've looked at in the past. This slide we've gone over a couple times in past meetings, but focusing on five places. Jordan High, on board docs, you have their what we call their feasibility study or improvements to be made. They're prioritized 1, 2s, and 3s. We're looking at doing priority 1s. Same with Eastmont. Jordan's will be around 14 million. That does not include the design costs. That was just what we're estimating to be the construction cost. Eastmont, 10 million. Again, not the design cost, but just the construction cost. And you can see the areas that would look to address at each of those schools. Corner Canyon would have to talk. We'll talk about that. On the soccer field, how we want to go about repairing that. Is it with grass? Is it with turf? Do we look at turf in the softball field, the baseball infield, a field house? Kind of a menu of options there. Same with Hillcrest. We need to look at replacing the turf there. That's our oldest field turf. It's been down about 12 years now. And then also the track needs some improvements, but it's a 6-lane track. Do we look at expanding that to an 8-lane track like all the other 4 high schools, which is quite costly? And then we're supposed to relocate the fuel tank, work transportation, and we put it above ground rather than below ground. So again, the issue is how do we fund all of these? And so what I've done is, our best option is, we know we don't feel like now is the time to go out for a GO bond, is lease revenue bonds to do these. And the thing about lease revenue bonds is you have to designate a specific address and tie the work to that address.
So how that works is you want to pick out specific areas or a specific location and do the funding with that, as we did with Peruvian Park and Glacier Hill. So they are tied to the work done at that address. In theory, if we do not make the bond payment on that, we have a third party administrator, which is Zions Bank. They could actually come in and foreclose on those schools if we don't make that bond payment. But we do have a moral obligation to make that bond payment every year. And that would be the same with these. So if we do go that route, we would have a third party, probably Zions or Wells Fargo Bank, be the administrator over that, if you will. And, they could, if we don't make that bond payment on these lease revenue bonds, they could actually come in and foreclose that. No, they wouldn't want to do that because they don't want a school, right? But nevertheless, they could. But these would be, probably the recommendations doing Jordan, Eastmont, and Corner with lease revenue bonds. What I've done there is I put together 38.5 million. We can adjust that amount based on what we want done. And as we get work more with contractors and architects to try to hone in on the exact price of some of these upgrades, that could be adjusted a little bit. I'd recommend if we go this route, issuing the bonds in March or April of 2024. And, I'd like to add in at least a contingency amount for both these, because our history has shown that what we project is usually not what it actually costs. Costs have kind of somewhat stabilized, but still you want to make sure you have a contingency in there. Also, we do expect to get a premium of, close to $4 million on $38 million of bonds we'd need to do that as well. We also need to make sure we include in our architect and our engineers cost as well. So what I've done here is, I know last time I gave you one chart and I asked that was about 32 million. I asked our financial advisors at Stiefel to increase that to 38 million. That way we'd have 38 million plus the premium, should, I think, be able to complete everything. You can see, the blue is as we said last time, the orange, reddish is where we're at. The blue is where we need to go, but we don't have enough funding ongoing to pay that blue. We need about $3.7 million annually to increase to make that payment. On an average home, that's about $38. Last time it was 32, but we were around 32 million instead of 38. So it all depends on how much we want to do at the scope of work we want to do and all the projects or in a combination. As we went over in the study session with the ACFR, we had a deficit there, so that needs to be addressed as well as we move forward. That's note number one. Note number two is actually a positive. Rates have decreased. If you go down I-15, you see all those mortgage rates, it was 7.5%. I think today, this morning I saw 6.875. So rates have kind of come down a little bit. Our borrowing would be from about in early October down to about 3.55 as of last week. So come down a little bit, which is good news. We would recommend, if we go with the Hillcrest track and the transportation fuel tank, that we don't use lease revenue bonds for those. We don't think that's a big enough projects to do that. That would use, proceeds from our property sales or from ongoing tax revenues to fund those. We also have a couple other small capital projects we'd like to do this summer. We hope to bring those to you as part of this next meeting. We're looking at a roof and a carpet replacement at one school and a couple other minor things. But if we do these projects, it's going to take a lot of manpower. So we don't have a lot of money or time or bandwidth to put at other small capital projects. And fortunately, the list isn't too great, or needs are too great, I think, for this upcoming summer. But let's just talk about what we could look at Jordan High. Again, the priorities, we've gone over there somewhat, and they're on board docs there. The main areas would be adding a field house, parking,
a black box theater, restrooms, upgrading the auditorium. Last Tuesday, a week ago, I spent a lot of time with Bruce. Tom and I spent a lot of time with Bruce walking that building and looking at things we could do and trying to get the biggest bang for our buck right off the bat there. We are working with MHTN on their design fee and the proposal. We expected that to be around 7% of their contracted costs. We may have that ready for you next board meeting. If we go this route, we'd like to get out an RFP to our contractors and have someone on board by about March so they could start work, ordering the long lead items and planning the work out. So really, we're ready to go when school gets out on June 1st, making improvements. Right off the bat, we'd start the field house. We think that would take 12 to 18 months to complete, depending on supply chain. Supply chain has really gotten so much better than it was a year ago. But the main thing are large electrical items. A lot of those come from the Ukraine and China. So it takes time to get those here. And so it's mainly large transformers. If we have to have those, we may not need any of those, but if they are, that they've been over a year out getting those in here. We'd also start right off the bat, the old Johanna's site, doing some parking upgrades there. Bruce's big thing to impact all students right off the bat would upgrade the auditorium with the sound, lighting, and the AV. They've had to rent equipment for the last fall play, so we'd like to get that improved and fixed for next year's play. And then we'll start upgrading the restrooms. We'd do a systematic approach. We just shut down, a set of boys and girls restrooms, update those, then shut down another one and work systematically throughout the building. It may take about 3 to 4 months for each set. May take 2 years to complete them all, but that's what we'd be doing there. We'd also like to look at, and these would probably be in the summer of 25 when we start these. We're looking at a 2-year project, really, at Eastmont and Jordan to complete all the work, because we have to work while the kids are there. But improving the commons area, the wayfinding, just the overall branding of Jordan High. We plan to consult Cindy, our resident alumni of Jordan High. She has some big ideas for us. So, and then, as Steve mentioned, one of the things we could be looking at is improving the daycare, taking over a couple extra rooms in the preschool, if we want to go that route. So that's where he's, again, looking at starting that sometime. So that would be ready in the fall of 25 to, basically double both the preschool and daycare there. But that is that's actually a priority too. So we'd want to look and see how far down we want to go on any priority twos there. And also Bruce had said, he'd really like, besides the daycare, would be a priority 2 would be upgrading the locker rooms. And I do think they need some upgrade there at that school. Again, that's the top priority 2. So they're actually different colors, about $1.5 million each. We're looking to do both those. Just, here's some visuals where we're looking at here. Let's just start up the top by the football stadium. We need to put in a softball press box and some storage there under the stands. We'd come down, we'd do a field house. It'd be similar to Brighton High's. Brighton's is 50 by 50 yards with the track, but there's no upper deck or balcony. They really don't need it because they won't be looking out to any area. You guys are looking back there, but I'll point up here. There's this, right there, they have a tentative black box. We actually plan to move that here in this little nook here and connect that into the choir room. The original plan was look at making this the dance room, convert the current dance room into a black box, but the current dance room is actually very nice. And we thought, well, let's not save the money there and just build on right here. So that's what we're put the black box right there. It ties into the auditorium and the choir room, if you will. We're trying our best not to impact any of the tennis courts. We have we looked at other versions, but many of those are meaning we have to move the tennis courts or something like that. So we're trying not to do that. That's why we lock the field house right there. It connects right into the gym, which we really like. So it has that connection. Similar to Brighton's, you know, it connects, you know, MHTN, of course, did Brighton's. So we have that connection there. And then the Johannes parking that we'd lose here would gain over here. We could also convert parking in the driver's ed stalls, at driver's ed range down here into parking if need be. So I don't think parking will be an issue long term. I think we can recoup everything that we take. Then we'd work inside the building with the auditorium. So again, this also shows that, oops, sorry. We look here at the black box. It's actually shown right here in this corner. Field house into the gym. We would work on a vestibule, whether that's this summer or next summer, because that could be part of the commons upgrade. One of the things that Bruce didn't want to do, and we don't want to do, is impact Digger Dan. And so we want to be careful of working around that, how that works. So look, so lots of things still to be determined as we work through there, but our goal would be to get moving on some things right off the bat. Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, Leon, just one question on the softball press box and storage. Does that include a concessions stand under that's similar to baseball? I know that's been a.
Yeah, it has something small.
That is
Yeah.
included in that.
They can
Okay.
do a little barbecue type thing.
Out of there.
Drinks,
Okay,
yeah.
no, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So those are, you know, those in red would try to get going on right when school got out, as well as the auditorium and working through the bathrooms. So visual there. Let's move on to Eastmont. Same type thing there. Main areas would be the gym floor, the groundwater. We've actually done some, what do they call it? Geotechnical, thank you. Thanks, Chad. Going down 30 feet deep to find out where we can find the water. We haven't actually found any yet. And we think last year we should have seen a whole lot, but digging down for that. The elevator's big, the roof's big, the classroom, the vestibule. Again, it's kind of the same timeline. We're working with MHT on a fee proposal, issuing RFP for a contractor, getting them on board and getting, you know, any long lead items, and beginning June 1st on replacing or upgrading, making these upgrades. So right off the bat, it would be, starting this June, would be replace the roof. Probably wouldn't have that done by the time school starts. You're probably going to be into October, probably 4 months to do that. But I think we could do that without really impacting the school, right? You know, the sound. Replace the elevator, replace the gym floor. They may not have the gym floor right when school starts. We spent quite a bit of time 2 weeks ago with Stacy as we walked through this and looked at this with her. You know, maybe starting in May, once the weather warms up, we'd have the gym classes outside, and then we could start tearing up the old gym floor. We have to do some abatement work there and get a month ahead that way. And then was similar to Jordan, we just look at the restrooms, take one set at a time and just work through the building that way. So again, trying to get a bang right off the bat there. I think the biggest bang for Eastmont would be upgrading the classrooms. I think that's the biggest thing that we've got to do there. So right now, as we talk with Stacy, walked her building, the YA Youth Academy has 3 classrooms there right now. Next year, we'd need to relocate that somewhere. We haven't determined the location, but we'd have to move them somewhere. And there's also 1 or 2 other vacant classrooms. So that would free up about 4 or 5 classrooms that we just rotate the core teachers through, if you will. Then we go in those classrooms and just update them. So we look at, you know, we'd remove the carpet, the wall carpet, we'd paint the walls, update the lighting, the ceiling tile and grid, you know, this up here. oops. Replace the carpet, upgrade the AV. The teacher, Eastmont's unique in that it actually has teacher offices. It's the only school that really has those. And so the teachers really want to keep those, would just leave those as is, won't do anything with those. So here's a layout of Eastmont. Their classrooms are in 4 area blocks, if you will, mainly throughout the building, couple 2 blocks. But we just select a block, go in, move everything out, do all the repairs that I said, and then move them back in, if that will, and just rotate through the school. It'll probably take a couple of years to do that. That would be the biggest bang there at Eastmont, because nobody's going to see the roof. We only let people on all our middle schools, we only let kids who need an elevator pass ride the elevator. So most kids will never be on the elevator, or they won't see the water coming up there from the groundwater. But the biggest bang will be the classrooms at Eastmont. And then down in the gym, we'd look at, of course, doing the gym floor and upgrading the locker room. Locker room would probably be, as I say that here, that would be in the June of 25. I don't think we'd get to that this summer. We'd also look at June of 25, updating the office area, because then, they'll need to move out for several months into one of those vacant classrooms. And then we'll put in the secure vestibule and update the office area there. Try to improve the flow, even though it's actually pretty good there, the workflow at Eastmont there. So there are the 2 big ones there, and what we're tentatively planning there. So appreciate Bruce and Stacy spend a lot of time. It's not hard to see why they were so well deserving of the Apex Award based on the passion they have just for their school, their students, their community, and they want the best facilities for them. So really appreciate their leadership and all they're doing to help us out with that. Moving down to Corner Canyon, I have to say I haven't had a chance to meet with Dina or her staff there. So on this, but the decisions we got to make, I think the decisions here on Corner Canyon are what to do. Do we turf the soccer, softball, and baseball fields? Some, none, whatever. If we did, we could probably start in June, and we'd likely be done by the end of the summer, August, September timeframe with those. Well, at least, with the softball and baseball field, we could do it pretty much over the summer. Soccer, if we do a field house there, we'd want to do the soccer in conjunction with the field house. They don't have to be done, you don't have to just do a field house to do the soccer, or one vice versa, but if you do them both, then we'd want to do them in conjunction. The field house, like Jordan, would probably take 12 to 18 months to complete. We may need a transformer there. We don't know, because we've got to pull power across from the building, whereas Jordan's connected to the building. So it's a little different there. On the field house, we'd like, what would it look like? Would it look like Brighton's and Jordan's, that 50 by 50 wider space area? Or would you like a upper level similar to Alta or Hillcrest, but smaller turf? That's why I think the school ought to have some input on that. Again, we haven't had a chance to meet with them. If you do that upper level, it's going to cost, $1.2 million to $1.5 million just to build that and to put in the stairs and mainly the elevator for that. So there's more costs there. If we do all this, the soccer field probably would not be accessible all of next year. So they'd have to look at playing their games somewhere else. Here's a couple renderings here. So here, what we'd do is this shows the field house. If you put the field house, this would be the field house. If you put the field house, you would rotate the soccer field east-west. Of course, obviously there would be a home field advantage because the Corner Canyon would always want to face east in the afternoons, right? Make the opponent fight the sun. But you can see it would go right there. We would also eliminate some of this berm and use it to fill in over here. We'd have to put in what we call a storm tech drainage system in this area here. Here's where the field house would be.
So you could look at, this, the orange-ish area would be that upper level if you wanted to do that. That's how that would look. If not, you could have the whole thing blue, have more field space, if you will. So that's the design that we'd look at there. Here's a outside rendering. This would be close to what Jordan's would look like. So, it looks great. Looks similar to a little bit like, this architect firm has actually never done one for us, but they've done others. Core Architect, they've done several around the state, but this is how it would look. Here's how the possible inside will look. We could hit golf balls and batting cages and all that stuff there. So an interior rendering. They do have a running track. If you went with the smaller size, you probably wouldn't be able to have the running track. Bigger size like Brighton and Jordan, you could. Let's move down to Hillcrest, the turf and track. You can see there it's 6 lanes. What to do to make it 8? You'd have to actually remove this concrete here to widen out. You can't go into the field here because the diameter doesn't line up, and you wouldn't have to race. So you got to go outside, and that's the problem there. So you'd have to move. Mainly, it's here on this west side, the home stands, but you'd also have to move some of this over on the east side, the visitor stands as well. Here's how it would kind of look. Again, the 8 lanes, all starting lanes, and we'd have to remove the scoreboards, and also, of course, put down the new turf as well. So
yeah. When I talked to Principal Levitt about the concrete and the age of the concrete, his counsel and advice was that while we're at it, that looking at, and I think you mentioned this, but not just the seating on the home side, but on the visitor side as well, that there'd have to be some work done on both sides. And just thinking about what that seating might look like and how we address the concrete issues, just getting it done this time around so we don't have to address it. But he feels like over time, and Mont, you would probably have a better feel for this, but the age of that concrete as it is aging and has aged, that it's beginning to crumble at different places, and
it's original.
weaken.
It's the original
1962,
1962, so it hasn't been updated since then. That's why they only have a 6-lane track.
Yeah. Okay.
Back then they only had
But it would
6
address
lanes,
both
but it
sides.
address
Right.
both sides. Yeah.
Okay.
And that is something that that'd be more cost, but that is what we did at Brighton. We actually took out the home stands and then the remodel there and put in new ones there. But you could do that. We haven't got a price on to do that, but we did new concrete. Trying to think back on Brighton. Couple of years, but we did all new concrete and put in the new stands.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking about what our options, maybe we look at that in planning, but thinking about, and maybe, I don't know what type of assessment it would take to understand how much longevity do we have left in the current state of the concrete that's there. I mean, if it's gonna continue to fall apart and weaken, then it may be worth it to invest in it now and just fix it, get it done while we're there. So just a thought.
Sure. Then last slide, I think, is transportation. And I should note that these fuel tanks, we actually have till June of 2025 to do this. So we were planning on doing it this summer, but if needed to, we could delay it a summer. We do need it. I think the state would be understanding if we are in the process of moving out in June of 25, they'd probably be understanding and doing it. But we're supposed to remove this underground tank right here, and then would put in a above ground tank. It'd be looking at about 12,000 gallon tank right there. Yeah, it's big. You can go through a lot of fuel. Right, we'd move it over in this kind of southeast corner there. What we'd want to do, because we're going to lose parking, is we'd want to take a little bit of this strip of this field here and take that. It shouldn't impact the play fields. And again, we'll have plenty of play field space at Union, but we'd want to take a little bit of that space so we could pull the buses
around and, make sure we can fuel from both sides of that. So, because we got 140 buses, we just, fueling on one side would not work. We'd have to be able to fuel on both sides and not take up too much space there. But we'd also need, some of you may remember about 6 years ago, I want to say we did all the asphalt around here, but we didn't do this south piece here. We'd also upgrade that asphalt as well. Again, when you have heavy buses running daily over your asphalt, it does tend to crumble fairly quickly. So we'd want to upgrade that. But that's what we'd look at on the fuel tank side there. Again, we could delay that a year. Our plan was to do it next year, summer 24, we could delay it a year. So with that, that's all I have. I should mention, with my lanyard, Denver's on a 5-game winning streak, correct? How the Raiders doing? But anyway, any other questions?
Move along.
Okay. Any questions or comments? A lot to discuss, I know. But we try to make it more narrow and focus here.
Okay, board, who wants to start this conversation? Anyone? Oh, okay. Mont, would you like to start?
Sure. Thank you for knowing that I'm still there. Just a couple of issues. First one is, Leon, I'm looking at your fourth slide, the one that shows the funding options issuing the $38 million of lease revenue bonds.
Yeah.
I would like to have you provide us a graph that shows where we started when the district started, where we had the big chunk of the old Jordan bond, and we layered bonds over the top so that the taxpayers would not have an increase in their property taxes. And as we paid that off, we layered the next group over with a second bond with a minimal tax increase, if I remember correctly. We've already taken in general obligation bonds over $500 million from our taxpayers, plus the old Jordan bond. And it just starts feeling like to me that the bonding will never end. That and now you're looking to do a tax increase for the taxpayers to fund the lease revenue bonds. And kind of the reasoning behind that is we've been impacted by inflation. But I'm here to tell you, as a homeowner in the district, I have been impacted by inflation as well. And so I want to think really long and hard about asking our patrons and the other residents of the school district to pony up more money, because it's starting to feel like we are just never ending, having our hand out wanting more.
Yeah, if I could address that.
And come back to me when you're done, because I have a couple others to follow on the end of that.
Oh, yeah, and we could put together a graph. Keep in mind, the lease general obligation bonds are paid for from a completely different tax levy. And so we could put together that graph, but I don't think it would impact here, because when you issue lease revenue bonds, the voters did not have the opportunity to vote on a GO bond. Therefore, you can apply a debt to them or a levy to them. So you have to, the only other financing sources through ongoing or property taxes, which is our capital levy. And to pay that debt, you'd have to do an increase here. I concur with Mont in that, we just did lease revenue bonds 3 years ago for 2 schools. We need to be cautious if we want to go down that route. Keep going down. We just can't keep going down that route every few years. We got to make sure this is probably it for several years And that's the problem. And that's if you want to go down that route. The other option is, you just have to delay these projects, and that's an option too. We can get by. Jordan's still a pretty good school. We'd have to try to get by as best we can with Eastmont. But, you'd have to just delay these projects too, because as we went over, we just don't have the budget right now, the funding right now to address those improvements.
Well, and Leon, I want you to know that I am fully on board with Jordan High and Eastmont.
Yeah.
On what they're asking for. I think those are priority items. I am very, very surprised with Corner Canyon High School, one of our newer schools. And when that was built, when Corner Canyon was built, they built 3 gymnasiums in the school. And, years later, when we came back and we're doing the rebuild on Hillcrest and Brighton, in both cases, we opted not to build a 3rd gym because the field house was a more economical solution to give us more area to utilize. And so, it just kind of seems a little bit out of whack that we have a gym or a school with 3 gyms wanting a field house. And I don't know if you have plans now to go back and add the 3rd gym to other schools. And the thing that really, really surprised me at Corner Canyon is I hadn't really focused in on it until we were out on the funds bus delivering the innovation grants and walked into Corner Canyon. And we're so concerned about athletics that we're not even thinking about a vestibule. You can walk in that school and the safety concern there causes me great concern. And I'm behind the idea of repairing the fields at Corner Canyon, because to me, those 2 are safety items. But I'm just kind of wondering, do we really want to have one of our show places of one of our most beautiful high schools without a vestibule?
Yeah. And then, as I said, I think I said it both. That's why I said if approved. I was asked just to bring everything here. That being said, if approved, if you want to go that route, I am nervous. I'll go on the record about a field house at Corner Canyon for that very reason, that they already have 3 gyms. And I am nervous about the turf, because if you turf one, you're probably going to turf at one school. You're probably eventually going to turf at the other 4 or 5 schools. It should be said that 4 schools, I should say. It should be said that 2 weeks ago, Rick and I and Tom had a very good meeting with all the high school principals about this issue. About, there's no way we're ever going to get perfect equity in the district. All our schools are different. Our campuses are different. Our buildings are different. We're never, ever going to get there. And they were our, as our high school principals are great. They were supportive of whatever we chose, but they said, hey, we can't project that if we go turf Corner Canyon's fields, that other schools aren't going to come demand the same thing within 1 or 2 or 3 years. And then you're going more money and whatnot. So again, Corner Canyon's the tough one here, and it's what you guys want to do. We're here to support and try to answer and give you as much information as you need. So,
you skipped the vestibule.
Yeah, the vestibule will, yeah.
Intentionally skipped.
No, well, yeah, I apologize for that. We could look at putting one in there, yeah. Yeah. It hasn't come to this level of the long range planning though, so.
Okay, Mrs. Nybar. Well, first off, I support the much needed improvements we need to do for Jordan High School and Eastmont. And I think that we have studied this out, and I'm so grateful. I had asked that we go talk to Eastmont principal and facility manager, which has happened. So I'm grateful for that. As far as Corner Canyon goes, Corner Canyon's 11 years old.
so I know we keep saying it's one of our newer schools, but we did just do, big remodels of Brighton and Hillcrest. And, and in the meantime, Corner Canyon, when it was first built, as we have talked about before in board meetings, the fields have always been an issue. We have a big problem with water retention and the water table there, and berms were placed erroneously so that it creates like this bowl effect. And so it's very swampy. It is unsafe. As Mont was talking about, it's absolutely a safety issue. And for 11 years, Corner Canyon has talked about it and appealed to the district and said, hey, we have players that are getting injured from this. The practice field, in fact, this last year, the girls' soccer games at home were done on the football field because we actually have teams that refuse to play on our fields because they're worried about their athletes getting injured. So I appreciate that Mont mentioned it was a safety issue. It is. The reason why the turf may be possibly a good idea is because we've had soil experts go out there, several of them. We've looked at this problem, and there's plenty of people out there that are saying, I'm not convinced that whatever you do here it's going to totally resolve the issue. And so when we're looking at the amount of money to put in drains and try to get rid of that water where, there's puddles and ducks there nesting, it's going to be difficult. And so the turf is an idea of a long-term solution, so we don't have to keep pouring money in. I know we have other fields in the district that also have some water issues, but none to this level. I don't know of any other, area that we have, teams saying we won't play. We're varsity teams here and we refuse to play on your field. So, so that's the issue with the turf. As far as the field house goes, it is difficult because, when we look at those aux gyms, and when you're referring to 3 gyms, those aux gyms are much smaller. And we have lacrosse, we have baseball and softball, and all these people practicing in those. If you go in those aux gyms at Corner Canyon and look up, there are so many holes in that ceiling and so many tiles that are broken. It's not great as far as the safety issue is for that either. We have some really damaged ceilings in there. The idea that's great that we have seen from the 3 other high schools that have field houses, and why I'm so excited for Jordan to get it as well, is that's every day a PE class that can be using that facility. And that's looking at whole child and, healthy lifestyle and physical education that we can't say that that's not a great thing to do. We have, if you look at the amount of students that participate also on all those teams, it's very difficult. And you could talk to our custodians at Corner Canyon because of all the different, and we got to think of dance and cheer also. It's very difficult to manage those schedules and be able to get the custodians to be able to lock up at a decent hour, and a lot of youth programs that run through there as well, as they do in all our high schools. But that's one thing you learn as you go. And I think that's one thing that Alta, has really, their sports programs has said has been a huge benefit to them, is to have that field house. So that is, when we're talking about equity, I think if we have a field house at all of our other high schools and not Corner Canyon, I think that probably isn't the best idea. And also when you look at how much money we've bonded and what we've spent on remodeling, and just recently what we did to remodel the music room at Alta High, I think that we need to look at this from an equity perspective too, and make sure that some of these needs that we're not just saying, oh, you're the newest high school, because by all intents and purposes, 11 years old, and these other high schools that have just been remodeled, it doesn't necessarily feel like the newest high school at this point, and we can't ignore when there's needs that need to be met, is my thought on that.
Okay, thank you. Who wants to go next? Oh, sorry, Andrew did. Mr. Edel. Yeah, Mr. Edel.
So first off, Leon, I really appreciate this slide deck that you provided for us. It answered, I mean, it was really easy to follow it. It answers a lot of questions. And so obviously I think that it's really important that we move swiftly on this, especially for our Jordan feeder system. You know, the issues at Jordan High School are really not trivial issues. They're pretty significant issues. You know, same with Eastmont. I know you mentioned the elevator. Most kids don't go on the elevator, but I would encourage all of us to take a visit and ride on the elevator.
I wouldn't,
It may be your last elevator ride. But I would absolutely like to see us move swiftly on this. I also like that you included the potential of looking at a couple of those priority 2 items, such as the locker rooms. I know that it was bumped to that next level, but the locker rooms are a big deal, especially as we're looking at our holistic sports programs, and not just our sports programs, but a lot of our activities that we have there. And these are activities that keep our students in school. They're activities that keep our students engaged. And without these programs, we wouldn't have the level of engagement that we have. And especially for our Jordan community, I think that's absolutely essential. I also wanted to mention Corner Canyon real quick. I want to point out that we shouldn't look exclusively at what does one school have versus another school. We should look at what does the community need. And each of the communities have different needs. So when I first look at Corner Canyon, and especially compare it to Jordan, you think, my goodness, why would they want anything, right? But then you learn things like even their stadium seating is inadequate, where they have a lot of stadium seating. The Corner Canyon community has different needs. And so we really need to look at it too as, is this a need for that community? Is this a need for those students? Because it's going to be different. Our Hillcrest community, our Jordan community, all of our high schools have different needs, and we need to address those needs. And while we want equity among our students, we also have to make sure that the communities have what they need. I mean, you could build more and more stadium seating for Corner Canyon and then put that same in Jordan, and Corner Canyon would fill it up, whereas Jordan's might be adequate, right? So what I'm saying is equity is important, but the needs of our communities are important, which is why we have representative school boards, so that we can advocate for the specific needs of our community.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Mrs. Tingy?
Thank you. This is really an important discussion, and I'm grateful that we are spending the time on it. I don't want to kind of repeat things, but I just, similar to Mont, I just kind of looked through that list, and I just kind of thought, you know, the field house at Corner Canyon, I just can't quite get there that it's a critical need. Yes, it might be a need, but I'm not sure it's a critical need. And I look at the lists for Jordan and Eastmont, and I think there's quite a few things on that priority too that I would say a little bit more critical than, you know, the field house. As far as the soccer fields and that, I understand the safety, and I see that as critical. And I had one question, but Holly kind of answered it for me about, you know, you put the cost in there, what it would be to turf those play fields, but do you have an idea of cost of if it wasn't turf, but just did the drainage and tried to reconstruct them? And how likely would that be to solve the problem?
Just the soccer field, again, the soccer field. Sorry, slide 2, apologize. So the soccer field, to go in there, put in what they call a storm tech drainage system. So there's basically an underground, there's a water collector underground. So it's basically an underground, big barrels, if you will, that collect the water, funnel it down into the storm drains that go out to the pond by the road, then into the districts thing. What we'd have to do into the cities, storm drainage system. What we'd have to do is raise the field up about 6 to 12 inches. That'd be removing that berm, and then put in this tech, and then put the grass back on. That cost just for the soccer field is about $2.5 million right there. That's that cost right there. If you put in the turf, you'd have that cost plus another 800,000, if you will, to put in the turf.
Okay, and what about the softball and baseball?
To do the fields there, I don't have a cost on those. Yeah. Should be said that again, equity and every school's in a different part of the district. It's just tough to get grass to grow there. Let's just be honest, it really is. And so, you're probably you probably don't need the same drainage costs. I don't think the drainage is as big a deal, but to get grass to grow there is just a challenge. And so you'd have to look at something there. I don't know what that would be.
So with that reasoning, then it might not become something where the other schools start expecting it because they have different circumstances there.
There is, in my opinion, there's different circumstances. That being said, that doesn't mean a community won't really push hard for something in the future, and that'd be the thing. Because Brighton, is right up against the mouth of the canyon, right? Whereas, so they're going to get more snow up there. Their fields drain better. They're going to get more snow, but a corner not by the mouth, but their fields just don't drain. We can't get grass to grow there. So, but
Okay. And then kind of on the also to the point about how much we're borrowing, I just think we have to be very, very careful where this is targeted funding and we know it's going to increase taxes, that we have to really keep it to critical needs and top priorities. And I think safety is one of the top priorities that we should consider. So I guess I'm just saying that, either maybe we look at, cutting down that total price of what we would issue lease revenue bonds for, or adding projects from the Jordan and Eastmont lists is what my thought is. Adding on the list to, either cutting how much we're going to borrow or maybe substituting from the field house cost, substituting things from the Jordan Eastmont list. I would like to see what that would look like if we did that.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Pedersen. We've discussed a lot of the questions that I had, and I do like how this was laid out, Leon. It was very easy to follow and it made a lot of sense. I do feel like a couple of my other board members, Mont and Nancy, and that we need to make sure that we're looking at the absolute necessities first and budgeting for that, and then look at what we can expand to later. Because if you look at the list of the needs at Jordan and Eastmont, other than the field house, they're necessities. They're just, things the buildings need due to their ages. And so I'm not saying don't put a field house there, but I think we need, as a committee, we'll just need to get together and really talk about what are our absolute highest priority. And if we do need to trim down, where would it be? Where would it be trimmed to be fair to our taxpayers? I agree with Mont that Corner Canyon needs their field taken care of, but before they get a field house, I really do think they need a vestibule, I'll say it right. For security purposes, we have both Jordan and Corner Canyon are the only ones that are not protected, and we're talking safety first. Fields are safety, vestibule safety, field house is nice. You know, it's needs and wants. And I think we need to do our needs first, and then we can add those in if we feel like we can handle that. We may be able to save money somewhere else. Maybe we don't fix the track or this, you know, right now, and we put that down the road. If that's not a high priority for for that school, you know, if Hillcrest isn't saying, yeah, I absolutely have to have 2 more lanes, then maybe we can put that down a ways on the list. And then we need to make sure we always move those up so that as we're looking in the future, that we're able to move through those wants and needs and be able to address those. But I like how things have been laid out, how they would work on it. I kind of would like if you did middle school, if you did Eastmont, that we did the 2nd floor first, if I get to pick. Only because the cafeteria is so bad. And it's on the 2nd floor and every student goes there, everywhere. And so if you're going to do it floor by floor and piece by piece, you know, the main floor, the 3rd floor with the library looks pretty good. Then you go down to 2nd floor and it starts getting worse as you go along. So I'm just saying, being in the cafeteria and you see holes in the floor from the desks, from the tables, and where people have been walking all these years, and the colors are depressing. Anyway, it needs some help. It needs some help. So I just recommend that we do that floor first if we're going to do that. I'm kind of hoping we can keep the youth academy in Eastmont. If we can find a place, we can move them around and not completely pull them out, because I think the location is really a good location for the district. So we'll have to talk about that as a committee.
You know, as I talked with Stacy, you know, we felt like the programs you had there would probably be permanent, but you know, the pulling it out for that year
So you just move them. Yeah.
move them
Okay,
somewhere.
as long as it wasn't a permanent, move them out, because I think the location is
that.
an ideal
I
location.
don't see that right now. Yeah.
Okay,
But
great.
that temporary 1
Alright.
year, maybe 2 years. Depending on how it
Okay.
goes.
That's it.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Oaks.
Okay, so lots of thoughts. First of all, good catch, Mon, about the security vestibule. You're right. It really does need to be done. And I'm curious about how much, Leon, I know you have a ton of information in your brain, but I'm not expecting you to hold on to exact amounts. But do you remember what the estimation was for a security vestibule for Jordan High School at all?
It depends on how you do it, first and foremost. Because you usually have to do remodeling in the office.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan's probably 2 to 250. Corners probably maybe a little bit more.
250,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe
I do think that does need to be prioritized, and that I don't know why we haven't talked about it in long range. We always run out of time in there, so maybe I shouldn't be surprised. But okay, so that is something I think you need to talk about. So with regard to the fields, I think we're all on the same page. They need to be done. I will say I've had extensive conversations with not only parents of the soccer team, but particularly the softball team. Some of my board members might not be aware that the softball team, bless their hearts, have regular fundraisers just to earn money for fertilizer and additives for the soil. Like, they've actually had people come out separately to help them figure out what needs to be added to the soil, because the soil there is really problematic. So they're constantly trying to raise money with the community or whatever, and they go out and they take care of their fields. It's almost embarrassing. Like, it's a lot. And I'm not totally certain that the drainage system that you talked about is going to fix everything. I mean, I do think that there is a compelling argument to be made that we might need turf there in order for it to be equitable. You know, when we talk about equity, we talk about the different boxes that kids stand on so they can all see over the fence. Well, the box of what we're dealing with in terms of the grass out there and just the ground itself is not the same. So I think that's something to be considered. With regard to the field house, I think it's important to remember that we are going to see, if we do lease revenue bonds, even though it doesn't go out the same way that a GO bond does, that we are going, every resident in our district is going to see a tax increase on their property taxes, right? And Draper residents are part of those who will be seeing increase in their costs, maybe more proportionally depending on the home and its value. But when we look at the list here, the lion's share of expenses are definitely going to Jordan and Eastmont. And for me, I'm going to be just totally straightforward. I am pained to see that much money going to a building that has that many problems. I want to clarify though, I do have loyalty to the Eastmont community. I just don't have loyalty to the building. It feels like very much like a leaky bucket. And it's hard for me, like in this role, to be like, yeah, that's a great idea. Now, I know that we've talked a lot about a lot of other options about, do we do a different rebuild? Do we do this? Do we that? And no solution is going to be perfect. I understand that. When we still can't figure out where the water's coming from, it just is infuriating. And it's not your fault. It's nobody's fault, but it just is inexplicable. So anyway, I think that is worth considering. I recognize that absolutely Jordan has a lot of needs, and I'm supportive of trying to meet those needs as best we can. I think that Eastmont, if it's the only option we have in order to keep that school community together, then I'm willing to go that direction. But I don't think that we necessarily walk away and say that Corners, what their needs are irrelevant. And I definitely think if a security vestibule is not much within reach, that we need to prioritize that. So anyway.
Okay, Mrs. Nybar.
Thank you. I was going to talk about the security vestibule as well, and I totally agree. And I think it should be prioritized. And I think and I appreciate Mrs. Oak's comments with the taxes, I think it would be great to bring back a report of the money we've spent in the last 7 years to which high schools. The difficulty, I know, but if it was on this slide tonight, the difficulty we face is we're saying, oh, Corner Canyon, that field house is not really totally necessary. Last year, we all came together as we had Darling Music School students from Alta High saying, hey guys, in the remodel, there was a major gap here and we didn't think about storage for music instruments and we really need to change this. And all of us here went ahead and said, yeah, you know what, that's right. We need to have storage of instruments, and we made that change, and it was $4 million to remodel that. And the amount we're looking at this field house is much less. And I think it's difficult when we're saying, there's these needs. It feels, I think it can be perceived by that community of a little bit of reverse discrimination. I think they've been told for the last 10 years, you're the new school, but we're going on year 11. And it is a real need that field house. Mr. Edel spoke about it well. We actually have a real problem with seating people in the stadium. If you were ever to go to a game, there's a couple hundred people on the outsides of the fence that stand and watch the entire game. And actually, the seating we have in that stadium is less than some of our other schools. I love our other schools. I'm grateful for the money we put into the Brighton High School community. It's beautiful. I love their new facilities and what that's done for the community, as well as Hillcrest. And we've done these projects and it's been an investment, but it's also been a wonderful investment where the community is excited, right, about the facilities, and it helps our programs, it helps our kids. And I think that we do need to really think about this. If we look at the spending in the last 7 years, and this is something the community is asking for, and to me, it's within reason if every single one of our other high schools has a field house, that it's something. Now we can talk about different priority lists, but it seems like that's something we should not ignore, especially when, you know, all of those folks in Draper, their taxes will be going up for these projects as well. As far as the fields go, our coach, your baseball coach, I failed to mention this before, but he donates a good 10 to 15 hours a week when the snow is melted to his fields. So when we're talking about the boxes on the fence with equity, it's very true that what we're dealing with on those fields is so difficult. And again, as far as the turf goes, the soil experts that have come out to the school, I know Principal Daryl Jensen had several of them come out. There has been assessments that says this is your best bet to get that water out, but honestly, the best thing would be to not try to grow grass there. So I want to make sure that our investment is sound, that we're going to have a successful outcome with that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Edel.
So as this is now a now issue, I would like to not see this go back into a long range planning committee, as I don't feel that it's a long range planning issue anymore. I would like to see us take action and to have a full discussion on whatever changes, if any changes, as a full board at this point.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Edel. So I just have a few comments. I am in favor of most of these projects. I think they are safety issues. I am in favor of adding the safety vestibule. I think that's really important and that we should definitely look at that. This discussion did help me kind of understand the turf, because I did have that question, like, why does it need turf? And I feel better about that after this discussion. And I will say, like, I do think what Andrew said was wise. What does each community need? And you know, just some of what Holly said, where the auxiliary gyms are smaller. I mean, I do feel like we should, even if, I mean, maybe some board members are against it, but I feel like we need to have a plan of when we're going to do a field house. Even if it's not right now, we need to figure out when. And I do have one question. I'd like to kind of separate out the cost of the Brighton turf option versus the Alta, because this is the thing. I've been to Alta games and no one is using that upper area, which I know isn't that like $1 million more? Yes.
Oh, the field house, the balcony.
Yeah, the balcony.
about
Because our
1.2.
idea was like, oh, they can have parties and overlook and watch the game. Okay, I've been to one meeting there or a couple of meetings there, but I just feel like it's not used that much. And I don't know if I want to justify spending another $1 million just on that if it doesn't get used, but maybe Corner would use it. I don't know. Okay, so those are my thoughts. And I do also agree with Andrew. Like, I think right now the board is discussing this, like, it's not going to really go back to long range planning. I feel like we have to decide what is happening right now. So maybe I'm trying to figure out what to ask for, but I think Mont wants to say something, so we'll let Mont go and I'll try to think of what to say to sum this up.
You know, the item on the list that is kind of, what do I want to say? It's absent because none of us have discussed it, is the track improvements at Hillcrest High School. And I just want to make sure that it gets equal airtime, or at least some airtime, probably not equal. But that is a huge deal when you talk about equity and the boxes along the fence. You cannot host a regional track meet with 6 lanes. And I've discussed that with Principal Levitt. That is a big deal, and that is an important thing as far as Hillcrest having equity as being able to host a track meet.
Okay, thank you, Mont. Okay, so I think we want to bring this back for a 3rd reading. And yes, Mrs. Tingey.
Could it, when I agree, we need to bring it back and we need to discuss it more as a board, but could you bring it in the form of a couple of options, like packages or, just option 1, 2, or 3. And I would like to see one of the options be things that are safety or actual building functioning things like roofs and things like that. So, and then, some of the other options as well. And I just want to say, I'm not opposed to a Corner Canyon field house. I'm just not quite sure where it fits on the priority list in my mind.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. I do think that's a good idea to come back with, 3 options, maybe the athletic facilities being separate unless it's a safety issue. And then also, can you get a price on the Corner Canyon safety vestibule? Like what that would be. Another thing that might help us is if we could see the use and then is there a need for the, oh my gosh, I just blanked it. Like how much use does the Corner Canyon gyms get? And is there really a need there? And what would they use it for? Will they really use it for PE or? I mean, I think that might help us.
We had we kind of had a brief, correct me if I'm wrong, it was a few months back, we had a talk with Dina. Yeah, they'd use it for PE, as Holly mentioned. The gyms are ideal for soccer, playing soccer. They're not ideal for hitting baseballs. They do have a batting cage, but they're not ideal for practicing grounding, and they're not ideal for golf and and some of the other, and lacrosse too. So, so there's where the field house does come in. I know, speaking of Hillcrest, they do have a regular class in their upper part there, a yoga class on a daily, well, I don't know if it's daily, AB day. They have a class there that's used. My preference of the field houses, I'll go on the record and say I like Brighton's the best because I think it's the most functional because it's just bigger. That overlooks nice, but it's, the functionality of, I've heard both the principal, Ken said, it won't be nice if we had 15 more yards to passes to do the full football pass play package that we want to do. It's just a little tighter that way. So, yeah. But, we can look at all options. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Nybar.
I just got a message from our principal there. I just wanted to let you know. She reminded me of 2 things. First off, she said 100% we would use it for classes. And the other issue at Corner is they do feel a little bit like there's an equity issue between the sports. Lacrosse, golf, baseball, softball, and soccer, because their fields have been less than ideal for 11 years, they have actually felt like they're at a disadvantage than our other high schools. And absolutely baseball, golf, softball, and lacrosse also do not feel like our gym floors the way it is, that they can have their practices as well as the other high schools that have the artificial turf in the field houses. So just a little comment from her. Thanks.
Well, we're glad Dina's watching and tell her to go to bed because it's a school night.
Okay, Leon, do you have an idea of what we want you to bring back? Hopefully.
Yeah, I think we have to. Rick and I will sit and talk and come up with a few options and see what we want to.
Okay, that sounds great. Okay, then I think we're done with this item and we can move on to staff comments and we'll start with the superintendent.
No comments tonight. Thanks.
Okay, next is Leon, you better run.
I just wanted to, I didn't mention it in the study session. I just wanted to thank Danny Davis for all his work on putting together our act, where that's a huge, very few people know how big of an undertaking that is. So I really appreciate him. He couldn't make it tonight because he had a family commitment, but big thank you to him. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to start with Mrs. Nybar tonight.
appreciate all the time and preparation that's been given to the presentations today and for all the work. I know it's a lot of hard work. In closing, I'm not going to share all the things I've been doing. I'm going to switch it up. I do want to echo the thoughts of Nancy being mindful of taxpayer money. And I would like us to also look at maybe proceeds we can get from property sales and see if we can get that number down just a little bit of what we would be doing for a lease revenue bond. Yet I want to echo what Mr. Edel said. I also believe that this is something that we should not hold off on, and that we should move with prudence forward. And I'm going to end with that. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Edel.
I want to start by saying thank you to the Altaview PTA for a nice thank you basket that you sent me. And then we had Principal Smith in here from Copperview talking about some of Copperview's success. What I feel wasn't adequately portrayed is it feels like a totally different school in Copperview this year compared to last year. And I've been into the school a number of times, and I'm not gonna lie, it was a pretty rough place, or so it felt last year, and it doesn't feel like that at all anymore. The atmosphere is one of calm and learning. Kids are happy. We have really fantastic teachers and other staff members there. At Copperview, it takes the whole school to come together and do great things. And while she showed that some of the numbers demonstrate it, just having been into the school both years, it doesn't take you long to just feel the amazing improvement that's been made in that school. And so I do want to highlight that and say thank you to Colleen and her whole team, and then of course everyone here who voted for the additional supports for that school. It really is like a whole new school, and I'm really excited for the whole Copperview community as a result of that. It's a pretty phenomenal change.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Oakes.
Okay, so I got to attend along with Nancy the Arts Consortium meeting, and that was a great discussion. We were talking about what we want for our vision as an organization or as a committee. And one of the things we talked about was the importance of making sure that aligns with the strategic plan. And increasingly, and I shared this with the superintendent, I really feel like a lot of what the Arts Consortium does to report or communicate with high quality learning, because there's a lot of overlap. And it feels like we're kind of working in silos. We need to bring it together. So anyway, that's a thought that I've had lately. I want to congratulate again the boys football team at Corner Canyon High School for their state championship. That was so much fun, and fun to see that, those students get so excited, moved to tears, literally. You don't get to see 18-year-old boys cry very often. And when you do, you just embrace it. and actually, I rushed from that over to Alta High School that same evening and to go watch Mean Girls, which was phenomenal. It was so great. I couldn't believe how many strong leads they had this year. It was just amazing. Yesterday, the superintendent, as well as some members of cabinet and I were able to attend an important event for the Point. The Point of Mountain State Land Authority signed a landmark agreement with its private sector development partner, Innovation Point Partners. This is something we've been waiting for a while. They've been in negotiations. It finally happened. And Innovation Point Partners has committed to investing more than $2.3 billion in private sector financing to construct the buildings and amenities at the site. So they've mentioned that there will be more than 3,300 multifamily residential units, including 400 affordable housing units. And very quickly, our people there were able to crunch their numbers and said that probably equates to anywhere between 400 to 2,500 students at the Point. So we recognize that that means we need to start talking about how we're going to educate those kids and what that's going to look like. And the superintendent today reached out to Mayor Walker of Draper, and as well as Alan Matheson, who's been overseeing the project of the point, and Representative Jefferson Moss to have a meeting and discuss some more of this. So there's more that's coming, but that's an exciting milestone, and I look forward to see what's going to happen.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Millerberg, are you still there?
You. I am still here.
Okay, good.
Let me start off with, I appreciate Andrew's comment about Copperview. Copperview now falls in his precinct rather than mine, but I have spent many years in and out of Copperview Elementary, and I am thrilled to see the changes that are happening there as well. I'll be honest, it saddens me that I no longer get to ask the people in that area to vote for me because I have a lot of really good friends that live in that part of Midvale. The other point I wanted to talk about is what we did tonight. I found really, really exciting. If you've looked into critical conversations, and we had critical conversations tonight as part of our board meeting. We showed respect for each other. We didn't always agree with each other, but I think that we were, for the most part, extremely respectful of each other. To borrow the words from our governor, Spencer Cox, we can and we must be able to disagree better. And board members, I thank you that we were able to disagree better tonight. That was a big deal to me. And I will just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Mont. Mrs. Tingy.
Thank you. I agree. It's been a really great discussion tonight, and thank you to my fellow board members for that. Right before the break, the holiday break, I was able to visit a middle school art classroom and sat through 2 different class periods. And it was so amazing to just watch a wonderful teacher, skilled teacher interact with 7th and 8th graders. And it was just thrilling. And it made me grateful for the support that we have for the arts in our schools, but also the support we have for instruction and teaching and providing professional development. And there were several strategies employed that I remember hearing about in board meetings and some of the other trainings. And I was very, very grateful for that opportunity. And then also, I just wanted to thank the superintendent for conducting his listening tour again and all the various stops along the way. I was able to participate or attend and observe anyway, the one at Granite Elementary last week. And it's, it's refreshing to me that our employees are willing to speak up and to say things, and they say things respectfully, and that I think what you're doing, Superintendent, is really great to building open communication and trust with the employees. And I appreciate that. And then finally, I just kind of wanted to mention publicly that I will not be seeking re-election next year. And I approach that change with very tender emotions, but I am so grateful for the experiences and the people I've worked with the last 11 years. And I have great confidence in the strength and the future of CSD. And I'm looking forward to an amazing 2024. I think we're going to accomplish a lot of wonderful things. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Pedersen.
In study session, in honor of Giving Tuesday, we know we had Black Friday and Cyber Monday, and now we have Giving Tuesday. We had a presentation from the Canyons Education Foundation, and I was impressed at the amount of things that they're able to do for our students and for our communities. I'd like to share a few things that they do for our students. They help provide funding for resource closets in our high schools and also here at the district. They provide holiday support for many of our disadvantaged students, those in multiple schools. And I also want to include not just the foundation, but our students in each of our schools. I know that this is the time of year where so many of our middle schools, high schools, and elementaries are all pulling together and thinking about service to one another and to the people in their community. I'm always impressed. Altaview provides Christmases for families in their community. It's just amazing how they get that all organized and they run it all on their own. And I know that I've heard of the baseball team over at Jordan going over and serving meals. So I know coaches arrange these kinds of things and schools do those kinds of things, but I don't think the community understands that we teach citizenship and by sharing with others and thinking of others, and that we are building community. They have the road home back to school night that they do. They have they help finance our college application month, where we make sure all our senior students, or not senior, junior students, get the opportunity to fill in applications to college. They actually have a day where people sit with them and help them get that completed and turned in. And I think that that's a valuable asset to both our students and also to our parents, because not all parents know what's available. And I think being able to do it here at school is amazing. They've also partnershiped with a number of organizations to provide scholarships. They've facilitated $53,500 in private college scholarships. They have summer camp scholarships for STEM. They help with my 529 college savings account scholarships. They help, of course, they provide our teacher innovation grants. And I didn't realize that they partnered with Donors Choose. I knew as a teacher about Donors Choose, but I didn't realize that the foundation was helping to support that as well. So that's amazing. And we can do so many things with our students when we have the facility, not the facilities, but the materials to do those kinds of things. They support and help us with our Teachers of the Year awards. They give $15,000 in cash prizes. They do new teacher event to welcome our teachers in. And now they're working on a new ACE scholarship, where they're going to do a scholarship to help students become teachers. Or if a teacher's in their first year teaching, that they would have supports as well. So it's amazing to me. You don't realize how interconnected the foundation is with our district, but they are another wing that supports us so well. And I'm just so proud of all the things that they're able to do. And I hope that more people become aware of the kinds of things that they're able to do. They have members that are from all sorts of places, businesses, like they have people from Draper City Council, they have people from the credit union, they have architects, all sorts of different people in the community, R.H. Miller Company, Swire Coca-Cola, Mountain West, Hogan Construction, Bar J Ranch. I mean, it's amazing the people in our community that they have bonded together and are here to support our students. So I'd like to thank them for that work, and that I'm thrilled at the things that they're able to accomplish. And I'm hoping that we can continue to support one another and get these things to our students. And that's about all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. I just want to mention a couple of things. First of all, I had my Utah High School Activities Association quarterly meeting a couple of weeks ago, and we voted to sanction esports, and I'm very excited about that. And I want to thank Tom Sherwood and Susan Edwards. They have been working on that. And I'm just excited because it just gives an opportunity for more students to participate in high school activities. And it's a group of students that normally don't really connect with the school. And I think it's just going to be great for them. And that will be starting in 2025, so in about a year. And then I just want to report to the board that Nancy and I did work on that letter to Utah School Boards Association, and that was sent this afternoon. And then also I want to add my thanks to the superintendent for doing the listening tour. I went to Ridgecrest this morning with him, and I just really appreciate that he is available and accessible to our employees. And I really think that helps build a positive culture in our district. And the teachers had some really great questions and he answered them pretty good. I'm just kidding. He answered great. Anyway, so I just appreciate the board. I want to add to what Mont said, and I thought we had a great discussion and it was respectful, and we're just making progress. And I really appreciate this board and the opportunity to work with each of you. And I call this meeting to an end. Thank you. A little after 9. Much better than last week.
Letting people know in advance so they can be thinking about it. And then.
Besides that,